Okay, we're rolling.
So, we're gonna skip probably mostly to the station, but yeah, you were asking like what this shuttle actually looked like. It's very clearly not an atmospheric shuttle, and it's cylindrical in shape, very rickety. It's got multiple kind of docking legs. It's got a like a hatch on the left side that like a ramp that extends down, and then there's on the right side there's a actually there probably wouldn't be a ramp per se. There's probably a ramp leading up to a platform that goes just to an airlock hatch. Um, since this is just like a purely space born shuttle. Um, Very ungainly. It looks like it's held together in places by space tape, and like various polymer injectables.
Yay.
Very old, like compiled by many different things. There's like a small engine thruster strapped here and another one strapped here. Um, but uh, but Gideon, the nephew of Mister Tucker, like kind of ushers you into the shuttle. You guys have all like a very kind of a hard time fitting in here. There's like a pilot seat and a co-pilot seat up front in front of this like very tiny window. It's very cramped. Um, and then there's like a bench seat back behind that, and then there's just like a space for what you would assume would be luggage behind that. And Pharixis is basically forced to like hunch down in the in the small like little luggage area and like just hold on to the back of the bench seat. And I'm imagining one of you is riding up front in the co-pilot seat, and the other two are like kind of scrunched together on the bench seat. And after he goes through a very brief checklist, the he seals the hatch up. You feel like your ears popping as the ship kind of pressurizes, and uh, he talks to his uncle, who he insists on calling Gramps, um, and basically just ensuring that he's out of the bay. There's like no windows aside from this tiny little plate out front to really look out, but you get the sense that like he's vacated the room, and this small little hangar that you're in like kind of cycles open, and like you see a few bits of debris and like a piece of paper kind of float out, and there's like a tug on your stomachs as like the docking clamps are released, and he punches the thrusters a little bit, like the maneuvering thrusters. The rear end tilts up just a little bit too high, and then he kind of corrects it, and then you kind of slide out of this homemade docking port, and like just kind of go off into space. And you tumble for a few seconds, and he orients you guys into like a correct heading apparently, and you start off on probably a very uncomfortable journey of several hours to the to the station. Um, the whole while, Gideon probably like talks whoever's ears off, who's up at the co-pilot seat, of just like like what sort of ship do you have in the
Would help if I wasn't muted. But
in
how,
the
how many
hangar.
times a day do you make this? Or how many times a week do you make this trip?
Oh well, uh, Grandpa Tucker, he doesn't let me leave the asteroid too often. I generally only make this trip when we're needing to drop somebody off or pick somebody up, or maybe the occasional supply run. I don't get to go to Atraxis very much.
Doesn't seem like you get much business.
Ah, well, he used to be a very well known shipwright back on Centron, but he's old. Times are tough. Dad moved out, and well, he hasn't really been seeing a whole lot of business. But you know, we still occasionally get the person who really knows who's who.
Oh, anybody I would know?
Um,
Probably not.
yeah, he just kind of looks at you and he's like, "Have you been here long?"
Here, not long now.
I doubt it then. Sure is a whole lot of activity in the system lately. Why'd you folk come here?
Business, looking for job.
We did have music yesterday, Akron. No music yet today.
Ah, must have messed up my audio settings yesterday.
Okay.
I just forgot to bring it in. It's all good.
Yeah, he just comments on like there's a lot of activity in the system, which you guys noticed when you entered, and he makes idle chat unless anybody like specifically says anything otherwise while you guys leave, and he probably runs out of things to say after the first 30 minutes.
Awkward silence ensues for the next several hours.
Yeah, I imagine there's probably like some beeping from the back seat. Is like, you know, people are on their comm pads.
I reach out and
Backgrounds.
hit the radio button.
Yeah, there is actually like an old radio in here, and it starts playing some weird
Does it
kind of
only
twangy
play, like, Space
music.
Country?
Yeah, it's very low quality. You think it's like some sort of like rural Carthan colony music.
I like it.
And yeah, we get this image of you guys like floating off, you know, towards Port Atraxis.
I don't like the image of us floating off. We better be under thrust.
There's the occasional bit of thrust.
Hey, you guys are fucked if we crash, but I'm good for a little while.
Well, that depends.
He's like,
Do
he points out, it's like if in the event of an emergency depressurization, there's some emergency breathers over there, and like he points to like a small little container, and there's like literally airline like breathers there.
Oh, I thought they were gonna be like, you know, like pick this up and stick it on your face.
That's totally what
but...
this is. It's like a chunk of an airplane that's been pressurized for space.
Basically.
Oh god, that's even worse.
Like halfway through the trip, you hear like a ching on the hull, and Gideon.
That
like,
normal?
Gideon puts like, you know, he kind of scrunches down with his shoulders, and he just kind of looks up, and you just see him just pause for a second, like he's holding his breath, and then he just goes back to piloting.
Oh god. I think that's normal then.
He's like, oh yeah, the system's littered with debris.
How tough's the hull on this thing?
Oh, she's lasted a good while. It's been a while since their last breach.
Their
Oh
last
god.
breach.
Yeah, like this.
Good thing you're
This is
in
one
a
of the few.
Sultane.
This is actually one of the few ships that actually does not have a light drive. In the mechanics of Stars Without Numbers, like pretty much everything, like from fighters on upwards, has light drives. But there are like ships that are very, very cheap that are built just to remain in system that are powered on more conventional thrust methods, and like as a result, they don't phase out during transit. And yeah, this is definitely one of those. Like you don't know where you could even pack like a small fighter drive onto this. Like it's some primitive, like archaic, like 3 century old designed ion drive.
Yeah,
I mean, like it looks kind of like half the dropships in movies.
Yeah. But eventually you guys get to the station. There's an instance where he has to like spin the ship and kind of do an end over end flip. Imagine kind of like a Tootsie Roll flipping just through space for a few seconds. As he's dodging a freighter that's just like bowling you guys out of the way, and he's like, God damn it, and he flicks them off through the tiny little window. It's like, jackass, and
Better have a shower. That was close.
like he looks at his comm set for a second, and then he thinks better of it. Like you get the distinct impression that he's probably got in trouble before by yelling on his comm set. Yeah, he eventually like makes his way up to one of the docking ports. Very, very, very similar to the docking port that you guys actually went to the first time. It's not a hangar or anything. I think it probably occurs to you that like, holy shit, like this is totally unarmed. Either people just don't see any reason to bother us, or like, why with all the activity and like the outlaws in this system, like you would think we would have gotten harassed like some of the way. Does anybody like mention that during the trip, or
I
do
think
you like?
the correct answer is probably that nobody wants this piece of shit.
I'm actually thinking that maybe they pay for protection in the system.
Yeah, that definitely occurs to you. Like you're a spacer. They probably either pay for protection. Nobody wants this piece of junk. Like anybody riding in it probably has nothing to their name, which is ironic because you don't. And it's also possible that like maybe they just know where this ship is from, and like maybe the guy has a reputation or something. Like he did seem a little bit crazy, and he did have space mines in his hangar.
No, he seems the kind of guy the entire moon is split open and he's got a giant planet-destroying ray built inside.
It might split open, but it might not be due to a ray gun. It just might be because the mines detonated. And yeah, you guys like pull up to an airlock. There's like a loud chunk as the hull strikes the airlock, and he's like, all right, yep, correcting. And he maneuvers up to it, and eventually there's like a locking mechanism that goes in place. You guys are slightly canted, but yeah, you're locked in place, and he's like, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is a successful stellar journey.
Then something goes, well, ping, just a moment.
Yeah, there's actually like you guys open the hatch like to cycle the airlock, and then like you just hear like in the rear of the cabin, you just see like air leaking into like compressed air leaking into the cabin. He's like, I'll deal with that after you guys leave.
Right, so debarking them.
Are you guys gonna need a ride back?
Akron will definitely speak up at that and say that we're going to need to lift back, possibly before the ship's even finished, and I'll comment that I might come back to lend a hand with the repairs once we're done here.
Like he's like, all right then, and he just like he like throws his gloves off, and he looks utterly pleased. Like he takes his keys out of the ignition. Like that's how primitive of a ship this is. He punches like a key lock into it, and he actually follows you guys out of the airlock after grabbing a jacket. He's like, all right, well, I'll give you guys one of my what are you guys my compat or my comm number, and you just let me know when you need to leave. And you get the impression that like now he has an excuse to just like kill time aboard Port Atraxis.
Oh shit!
I somehow get the opinion that our pilot's gonna be wasted when we come back.
Hopefully what we take is an insultingly low amount given the situation, but I'm going to give him an 80 credit tip so he has some money to spend and
he takes that, and he gives you like a very enthusiastic nod. He's like 16 or 17, by the way.
Oh wow, okay, so maybe 80 credits will go a long ways for him.
Yeah. Like it probably occurs to you that like Jesus, like there's nothing that's actually illegal on this station. What is a teenager going to buy with 80 credits? Like he's probably just gonna like go out, either get high, get totally wasted, or find like some sort of like exotic prostitute from halfway across the galaxy.
Oh man, we'll be bringing back plagues to the repair facility.
It's just space chlamydia. Don't worry about it. All right, so yeah, you guys you guys disembark. You
What time is it?
like it's probably like 4 a.m. Local time, but that doesn't mean a whole lot aboard the station. Like, this is a much shorter docking corridor. Like, there's actually no like office that you go through. The other one was like it was obvious that one person owned like 3 or 4 docking ports and they managed it and stuff. Like when he docked, he actually like he just remotely transferred some credits, and this is almost like a a parking meter almost that he's parked at. So like you guys only have to walk like 20 feet before you find yourself in like the bustling a bustling sector of the market. There's just people everywhere, like a reel, and just like bumps into Akron, and then like raises a tentacle towards him and then shuffles off.
Crowd will probably turn over to the others
He just
and
got
say,
flicked off by a tentacle Akron.
yeah, I could definitely gotta kind of look at that for a second with a bit of a sneer, but
Don't worry,
better
that's
to
that's
start
part
a
of their
fight.
normal physiology. They always do that.
Yeah, Akron definitely doesn't looking to start a fight over something so petty. So he'll probably turn back to you guys and just ask where you found that shop.
I don't know if it's actually ready yet. He did say tomorrow morning, but it seems a bit early. We can go check.
Akron will nod. We're gonna need a hotel probably for the night then.
All right, so I mean, like, I think, yeah, this is definitely like the next day, but it's early in the next day, so you're not entirely sure that the suits would actually be ready yet.
Okay, so we need to kill a couple hours then. Okay.
Yeah. Consequently, you guys are probably up late. You haven't slept yet,
I guess the
but
first order of business is
it's really
breakfast.
up. It's like you also woke up really late, so you've probably only been up for like 20 hours or so. So you're like, it's easily doable. So you're gonna go find some breakfast?
Yeah, we can go do that.
My vote is to find breakfast, perhaps get accommodations for the time we'll be staying here, and perhaps get a nap or something before we have to go to this important business
You
meeting.
hear an immense rumble, and you look behind you, and Phrixus is just standing there, looking a little bit sheepish.
Perhaps the food would be good.
Breakfast is good then.
Quick
We look for like
question.
a diner or something.
Could I find glow bugs being sold anywhere here to replace my
Yeah, absolutely. Like all
Awesome.
sorts of glow bugs, like discs.
Guy
You
opens-
find some that are little spheres that you press, then you can just roll places.
awesome.
There's probably
I can see now. As you say it, some guy opens his cloak on the side of the road. I hear you want to buy some glow bugs.
no, like you walk by like a little. It's like a food cart almost, but there's just like
neon glow bugs.
there's little literal chemical glow sticks. Then there's glow bugs. There's like higher end stuff. There's lower end stuff. You see that there's like some insects crawling across it that are illuminated. You're like, holy crap! And then you look closer. They're not actually insects. They're like little actual glow bugs. They're mechanical glow bugs that like can they're like just like crawling across the surface. And he's like one of those guys you see in the mall that just sells like the really cheap crap that appeals to like teenagers and stuff.
I don't know. I think a mechanical drone glow bug would appeal to Akron a lot.
I'm actually making a note that I have a highly unusual glow bug in my mix now.
Are you buying the spheres or what?
I think I'm gonna buy a disco glow bug. Something that changes
Disco.
color rapidly.
Disco glow bug.
You're gonna hang that in engineering?
You never know, and you might want an instant party,
You want to buy a disco glow bug that dances too?
All right. Yeah, that's great. That's like, I think that's a little bit more expensive than your normal one. Like whatever the price is, add like 10%, but he throws in like a free spherical glow bug just because. But like this other glow bug that you bought, like
I think
that
the
you
price
want
is
to,
only 10.
yeah. so like 11 credits.
That's fine.
So like this disco glow bug is highly unusual. It's pretty large compared to a normal glow bug, but yeah. It's like magnetic. It's got like a magnetic tether that like he explains it, and he's like, okay, you just stick this little ring to something like a ceiling, and then you turn it on, and you just hold the glow bug up there, and it should just kind of stick up there. It'll float around and stuff.
Someday, months from now, we're going to be in the dark fighting for our lives with horrible aliens, and then we're going to have disco lights.
Oh god.
All right.
The cost of a glow bug is actually 5, so 10% would have to be rounded up to 6.
I ended up paying 11 I just made it 5 credits flat. For the given the price, I'm willing to pay twice over.
All right, so you guys make your way to go get food. What are you guys looking for?
Some kind of diner. At least that's what Ray's looking for.
Oh yeah, they definitely
diner.
have one.
Some place looks like it's not selling pirated, potentially expired foods.
When we get a diner that doesn't have a chest burster, that'd be nice.
Yeah, like outside, you just see System 13B like across the name of it, but like it's like you see that it's like some sort of shop that's obviously been expanded. Like maybe there was a back room behind it, and it's been knocked out, and it's been expanded into a small diner. You see some booths, some tables at the far back. There's a bar. There's like all sorts of smells coming out of it.
Through my
whole place
atmospheric
looks-
filters,
It
it smells
definitely
good.
looks like it would fail like a health inspection, less for like grime and dirt, and just because there's so many fumes and stuff around that like it's kind of caked the interior of the diner with like residue of whatever is being cooked in there.
I take a deep whiff through my atmospheric filters. Does it smell good?
Do you like the smell of like roasted squid?
Sure.
Yeah. So like, you see a pot being taken off of a
I can
stove.
honestly say I had no idea what roasted squid smells like.
It's a very strong smell, apparently.
Roasted
and
squid known for being horribly poisonous, just to make sure.
well, it depends on what sort of planet you're on. Like,
Oh boy.
is this liquid squid? Is it
Back
like a
on
squid that like grew up in a gas
There
giant?
are 350 known species of squid, and only 3 of them are poisonous. So
let's see if those bullshitted statistics hold up.
It is both surprising and a shame that no corporate.
But
fast
like,
food
you
places
see this this old Tarlin man like taking a like a pot off of a stove, and he's like lifting up this like boiled, or I guess it's probably like a boiled or seared squid out of it, and beside him there's like an older human woman who looks like she's probably in her 60s. She's cooking up like what looks to be some sort of, they're not precisely waffles, but they're fairly close. There's a very weird variety of food here. There's no breakfast, no dinner. It's just like multiple species worth of food for different times of the day.
So I kind of walk up to the bar and like let's see, what's your special?
The old Tarlin man, you notice that he's got like a graying hair. Knowing a Tarlin, he's probably like in his 90s, or he might be over 100. He looks back and says, "Oh, hello, young miss. Oh, that's quite the suit there." And
to be polite, I hit
he's like,
the switch that probably retracts this faceplate.
yeah,
somehow.
he's like,
But
"Is that Nadomo Combine?"
yes, sir.
Good make. The special of today here is let's see, a Sicilian floater,
Oh.
boiled, of course. And I don't know how you would he'll say seared, and like he holds up the jellyfish squid looking thing.
Thinking of her experience at the bar last night, you got anything more solid?
God, I really need a generator for like alien diner food.
Well, I would have went for it, but I just had bad experiences with a
Yeah.
jelly like object the other night, so I was like,
He says, we've got some Korova buns coming out of the oven soon. If you're interested. Very sweet.
that sounds good.
Star.
Oh God. I'll take it.
Oh
Alright.
boy, that could be scary. The buns sound like they might be the least likely to poison us, so that's kind of the way I'm leaning.
Akron, this is a dining establishment. I'm sorry, my friend is a little bit. Thinks about it for a minute. Yeah, you get the type.
He nods. He says, "It's a valid concern out here. You never know who's going to serve you what. I mean, a Carthan certainly couldn't eat one of these Korova buns. Their amino acids are not compatible. And like you notice, like Phrixus, his mouth is watering just from the smell, and like the older woman is taking out these puffy spheres that are obviously like sugar coated, and he says that the Carthan is like toxic to Carthans, and like Phrixus is just crushed.
You have a version that is compatible with Carthans.
Not
my friend did.
Korova buns.
Something similar.
Oh God, Star. I just clicked the generate. Review number 1, Supernova Gobstoppers.
Oh God knows what they would do. Oh boy.
Or some crispy Enviro Whale.
He says, "Well, we have some exo dippers here. They might be compatible if your Carthan friend here has a suitably strong stomach." Like he pulls a it's not a jar, it's like it's a metal container. It's like a cylinder out from beneath the counter. It's obviously like it's been like continuously heated. And there are these long strand-like things that are like hanging from a rack there, and they definitely look completely unhealthy for you, and at the same time excruciatingly good.
Question mark. Ray has no idea what she's looking at.
Yeah, like they're like. Do you ask like, do you have any human food, or like do you just like keep going with it, like, because it definitely seems like out here there's a bewildering variety of food.
Yeah. Guys, I'm leaning towards
I'm
the
not sure
buns,
what
'cause they
Carthans
sound
normally
simple.
Oh well, Phrixus
Do you have any
definitely
Carthan
like
cuisine?
signals that he'll take a couple of the dipper things. And
Okay.
he
You sure,
hands
buddy?
the guy
I'll buy what you want.
a credit chip. And
Okay.
he gives him like a plate, and then there's like a little dipping sauce tray on it, and there's like 2 foot-long curled, like they're semi-curled. They're like noodles, but they're like pastry noodles almost. and Phrixus just like he's like
Pastry
"Oh."
noodles. ... Question
Yeah.
marks.
And Phrixus, like, they look like they might be coated with cinnamon or something like that. And Phrixus just like takes them and goes to an empty bench seat and sits down, and he just like you hear. Oh.
All right, so I get my buns.
Okay,
And,
yeah, you get some buns.
You guys want anything?
Remind me later to remind you guys of the scene when you say we haven't accomplished anything.
I'm gonna order a bun as well, by the way.
You're
I
gonna
don't
order
care
a
at this
bun.
point, to be honest with you.
It feels entirely unhealthy for you, but at the same time, you're just like, oh my god, it's so sugary, and it's so warm.
Is it
We'll
like
go
is
with
it
the
like
sugar rush
what
in the morning, it
is
sounds
it
good.
like the sugar coated things that Chinese restaurants give you?
Yeah, very similar, except it's like perfectly
Aw,
spherical.
God, I just found another random alien food generator that does tastes, and I got a generator that says disgusting and delicate, hysterically soothing, similar to chlorinated rum.
He has a
Wow.
medical.
God.
According to this food generator, he has some medical grade cheese loaf that he can offer you.
But,
We'll put it into there. We'll say that you guys get some food. Shell out like 3 credits a person, I guess. And
I pay
you
for
know,
everybody.
you got. Oh, okay. You guys can sit down at
wow.
a couple
Get you some fun
booths.
food.
Like Frixus takes up half a booth to himself.
Silky and somewhat palatable, and probably medicinal, balanced by the texture of pickled socks.
Oh God. I ask that you
Oh
please
my
stop now.
God.
All right, so yeah, like you guys are polishing up your meal, and I think you probably like you gave. I'm certain that like his establishment is the sort that would probably do this. You probably gave, I think his name was Machio, your comm number, and you just get like a beep, and you look down and you basically have like a text message that says like your suits are ready for pickup.
Looks like our suits are ready, guys.
Our suits.
Your suits.
You have your suit, per se.
Yeah, so to speak. I almost thought that when you said that was like the diner, and he was gonna be like spamming us with like daily deal of this is the
Card will suggest we go pick it up early. I might need a few alterations before we leave it.
Yes. Make our way
All right, so you guys leave.
Right near where we were docked before.
Yeah, it takes you probably like 8 minutes to get there. You're kind of navigating this mess of corridors. Like
8 minutes
everything
sounds pretty
aboard,
good for a mess of corridors.
half of the station is like kind of this white textured paneling that's been replaced over time. Like you see the occasional replaced like steel gray panel here and there. You see the occasional Prenor Mining company logo on the occasional place like this, and like you'll find like just the occasional reminder that this was actually a mining facility once. There's like a little track on the side of one main
guys,
thoroughfare.
Predor did not have the best track record on my world, so yeah.
While we're walking over to the
Part of the
place,
reason
do
I wanted
happen-
this suit.
While we're walking over to the suit place, do I happen to see any little places selling pirated holovids cheap? I might, you know what I'm looking for.
Oh, normally I'd ask you for a luck save, but absolutely, you find like 3 or 4 places.
How much would I have to spend for just some cheap knockoff holovid?
Well, it
pirated ones?
depends on what you're actually looking for. Now, like you can find, like the first 2 places are nothing but various kinds of xenoporn. Like that is.
Didn't know you were interested in that, Acheron.
Like the third place has like some actual entertainment, but like a lot of it is from like a couple centuries ago, and it's taken like a long time for a lot of stuff to work its way from the inner sectors out here. There's very few things that are actually produced entertainment wise in Sector 14. So everything tends to be pretty old. The discs themselves are pretty old, and like it's a smattering of stuff from all over the galaxy. So
Cheeseball action.
like you trying to find cheeseball action, but also cheeseball action with like an appropriate villain in a language that you can understand, from a culture that you can understand, is probably what we're going to be getting at here.
Oh, absolutely. I could be.
Give me a luck roll. This is going to be not targeted. This is going to be by degrees here.
Margin of success.
Yeah.
I should just give up and get all the Xeno for it I can have. Make this guy really eccentric.
Whoa. Okay. Let me think. Let me think of what inspiration this might be. What are you looking for in terms of villains? Are you looking oh, I know exactly what you get. You find like an old copy of a holodisc of like a really really well known holovid from a couple centuries ago, and it was made in like Sector 3, and the premise was this guy was visiting his wife during the holidays, and he was visiting her at her workplace at one of like this tower on one of your typical like high urban center environments.
About Die Hard.
Yeah. And like and while there, the whole place got overrun with like space terrorists. And it turns out that they were actually in there to rob the place instead. And they were organized by this really, really charismatic and haughty individual. He's let's see here. Let me roll a die.
In the future, there are only remakes.
Seriously, man. In the future, everything's been done. So that's all it is remakes.
We're already at that future.
I know, right?
All right, I'm looking.
I was thinking of different people, but a Hans Gruberish kind of guy certainly can't go wrong with that.
You got an 18.
I was trying to think of examples and that didn't cross my mind, yet it is perfect.
Oh, he's a Vurin, one of the cold climate guys with the exoskeletons. That fits him so perfectly. So like, there's this really notable scene in the movie where like some cold smoke kind of puffs out of his suit, and he's talking about like how he has like nothing else to conquer. But yeah, like you totally get like Vurin Space Hans Gruber.
I'm making a note of that in my new note section.
He's known as one of the most like classic villains, and then he eventually gets like the hero goes through this entire escapade of like fighting off the terrorists, and then he kicks he kicks the guy. Let me come up with a name for him.
What was
this
the
guy
race again? I'm making the note right now.
He's a Vurin, Vuren.
Got it. Excellent. I was spelling it all kinds of crazy off from that, so that's good to have the right spelling for it.
His name. I want to come up with a suitably maniacal name for him. Azok Alono. That's O in Alono. He's like he's widely regarded as this really like iconic villain, and he ends up getting kicked through a like a window aboard like the upper tier of the tower. And like it's like so high that it's in space, and so he just gets kicked into space and like decompressed. He basically gets airlocked.
Oh, that's awesome! Yeah,
and
that's
he floats out
great.
into space.
That is absolutely great. Yeah, I've made extensive notes. I'm gonna have some programming to do on a trip.
All right, so you pick that up. The the guy, he's like a really short. No, actually, you get sold like it's actually a Riolan that sells it to you, and he like you hand over a credit chip, um, put down like 10 credits. Because this is a rare vintage imported from Sector 3. He says, "Ooh, good choice. Classic."
Write down the 10 credits. That is.
You just hear him like going, hish, 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 which is their way of laughing.
That is awesome. I'm definitely picking that up.
All right, so
I'll be
you
watching
pick
it
that up,
soon.
and you find yourself at Machio's like suit
I think it was
emporium.
Michello's, I think, wasn't it?
Michello? Was it really Michello's?
I remember like a Michello.
Sure, it's
I
Michello,
totally-
too.
I
think
totally
Pretty
it's
sure
thought-
it was an Elo, but I could be wrong.
All right, we'll go with Michello.
I was totally like, Akron should buy some Xenoporn and then like put a virus that just splashes it across enemy screens and be like, what? But anyway.
Find the futuristic version of Goat Sea.
Yeah, you're standing there.
This is the place, Akron. We could probably pick him up here.
Like you see the little orb on the ceiling kind of like track towards you, and there's like a ping as you enter the store, and Machello, the very lengthy like amphibious like frog person. I think he probably stands only like 4 feet tall. He comes out. He's wearing a a black suit today with like complete with like coattails, and he gives you like a curt nod. Doesn't say anything to you.
Greetings, Michello. We've come to pick up our suits. My associate I was talking about before.
Absolutely, I believe it will work well for you. He obviously sizes up Akron.
Akron will ask if
Although if there's
alterations are
time,
possible.
I would like to make a few adjustments.
Akron will nod and say that he was about to ask if that might be possible. So he is absolutely behind that.
He nods kind of enthusiastically, and he leads you back in. Your suit, Twitch, fits absolutely like flawlessly. It's like the shoulders are crisp, and all the lines are clean. I think you went with like what was it? It was like a dark charcoal gray, like really dark gray
I think
sort
so.
of suit.
A suit that
It's got like
it wasn't
it's
a
got
tuxedo,
black
but it was a
accents
fancy
to
suit.
it. It's got like some very thin, really sharp black accents to it. Looks very classy, but not like ultra. It doesn't stand out. But if you were to actually examine it, it looks pretty classy. Akron, you are given like a dark like black suit with dark blue indigo like paneling on it, sort of. Like there's like a couple panels down the back, and then there's like a panel on the left breast, and then some panels down the left arm. It definitely looks like very kind of modern fashion, and it fits well. But like giving him only like 6 minutes, and he gets like an auto suture out while you're wearing it. Like you can feel it start to get a little bit more snug and a little bit tighter even as you're wearing it, and like
Auto
as you
suture,
walk
that
out.
sounds
Yeah.
terrifying.
It's just like this tiny little thing that he just kind of wands over some areas, and it interacts with like the suit fibers, and he like it's a very like quiet, like whispering sort of process, and like you walk out of this room in the back, and like it feels absolutely perfect.
Ah, yes. These should do nicely, Michello. The nice doing business.
He
I will.
gives you like another like very. It seems like a very particular sort of bow. Like this definitely seems something very cultural to him, and he seems pleased that you are pleased.
I will assure him that I will refer people his way in the future.
That is most kind. Thank you. I have been Machello.
I paid for these last time, right?
Yep, you paid last time.
Yeah. Okay. So we can go ahead and leave then.
Yeah, and like Ray, I guess you're like leaned up against a wall out front. I think
Yep.
Phyrexius is probably out there. You hear him. You hear the occasional like bing, 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 and like you look over and he's like playing some sort of like
Game
ultra
Boy.
Tetris on his compad. And he stands up when you guys walk out and he's like, looking sharp, Twitch.
We have a meeting to go to.
So you're all standing
I don't know.
outside of the shop.
What system are we in? Seems kind of.
You're in the Narshek system.
How would you spell that? I'm just making a note.
Narshek. I think is correct.
Okay. So exactly as it sounds. Good to know.
There might be a C. Let me just check for posterity's sake.
Sorry about that. I'm just throwing my notes in. Whenever I find a shop or something that's...
There is a C before the K.
I'll be back in just a minute.
So you're all standing outside the shop, and it occurs to you, I think maybe finally, that there was no location mentioned in the note.
Oh, I thought... For some reason I thought there was. It's almost positive.
Nope.
Uh-oh.
No, it just said, at your earliest convenience.
And I have been misremembering that. Oh, boy.
Like, you're like, we're ready. We have a meeting to go to. And then you're like, wait, where do we go?
Oh, boy. Yeah. I'm able to find any information on here. 'Cause I know that's what I was,
So there's like a
what
really,
information?
it's
Awkward
definitely really
moment.
embarrassing for you, Akron, because you pride yourself on being in a a professional. So
I
like
don't
you go
know
over
why,
to
I've just been remembering the whole time there's a map on this thing.
yeah, there is like a system, like a station diagram left over from the Prenor days. It's been updated. You don't know how accurately, and it does have like listings of people who choose to be listed.
Yeah, I might try and see if I can scan the station index first and see if I get lucky that way. And if I don't, then
All right,
go
so
from there.
what are you scanning for?
Well, not really looking for a residence. That's the problem. Do I see any businesses owned by the person that was that signed their name there? I needed to get their name again too, by the way.
You on the note it just said Neova, Nyova.
Okay, I'm going to scan for Neova in general and see if I pick up anything on their network.
Let me do something real quick here.
Tiger just stops for a minute, lifts his, pulls his suit arm back because sadly, can't have a compad strapped over the suit and look goofy, and starts tapping along on it.
Akron, you usually have this stuff nailed down.
Ekron will not say anything, but look pretty unfortunate about that. By the way, I'm also never mind, I already have my inventory. I'm good.
Is Twitch back yet?
We were called actually for something.
Okay. So, all right, so you just do like a search of businesses with the name like tied to it, or like in the name?
I'm going to look for the name tied to it, and
Okay.
also look for it in the name, but tied to it is my primary concern. I have a feeling it's probably not the name of the business.
Give me a luck check.
Ooh boy.
Which is back. I'll read right back as well.
Think that's a success? Yes, it is by 1.
Sorry about that. I'm back.
Wow. You actually are really good at the luck saves. Yeah, you find a listing like you get a highlight and it says Neovaren. Like it's one word. So it like highlights part of the word and Neova is part of it. And it's listed as the establishment proprietor of the Vanishing Moon.
Sounds like a club.
Background will tap a couple buttons and keep the window open, but then switch his glasses back to his pure vision and turn around and tell Twitch where we might need to head. Is that on the? That's on the area we're on, of course. So.
It is actually it's on the very. Let's see here. I'm thinking of the levels.
Crap! Give me 1 second. Got a phone call coming in. I will
Alright.
recap in 1 second. Sorry about that.
Gives me an opportunity to review my notes.
My gray name bar down at the bottom has a chunk of purple in it. I don't know why.
I see that. Oh, there's a purple dye behind it.
Oh, is that why?
Very, very sorry for interrupting you there. I'm
fine.
back.
So, like you tap in to have your computer interface with the ship's or the station's like the map terminal and like give you like directions.
Yeah, that sounds like a good plan to me.
Okay. So yeah, like a blue line like appears in your AR goggles, like indicating that you need to like go down this corridor, and like you see a small window pop up of the station, and like you see like multiple levels displayed of the station, and then like your level, you're like on level 3. It blinks, and you see like the blue line going to an elevator, and it goes down to level 2.
I will press a button and slide my finger across and transfer the map to everybody's vision. I'm assuming the well, that actually, I was able to network the power armor for Ray to the network. Correct? Did Ray allow that?
Alright, I have
I can't
returned.
remember.
I don't know that she ever said anything about that. Did you let Akron fiddle with your power armor?
No.
Okay, all right. So no,
So do
you
you
don't
have,
get that information. Like you get like you have her, you tied in like I guess like you got a new comm signal. Like you have one comm signal for your compad and then one for your suit. Did you give your suit comm signal to everybody?
Yeah,
I would assume so.
Comm, yeah.
Yeah. So like you have on your list of contacts like Ray Compad and then Ray Suit. Like you can drag the map over to Ray Suit, and then Ray you get like a accept incoming data packet from Akron, Akron Morris. Yes, no.
So I guess I say yes, but
Okay, yeah. So on your HUD you get like a very detailed display of the directions here on the station. It's like directing you one level down.
I'll comment that you really do have to open your access up so I can improve your suit's capabilities sometime, Ray, as I have to wait for the yes/no prop to give you vital information.
All right, so you guys start making your way there. Phrixus follows along. Um, you walk down like a corridor. You get solicited by the occasional person for various things. Like there's several obviously sexual solicitations. Like several females definitely almost throw themselves at Phrixus. And I think the person who probably doesn't get like very much attention at all is Ray, just being in the power armor. Um, there's the occasional like, hey, come buy this sort of thing from a shop. Somebody comes out with a like it looks like some sort of gigantic rifle with like blue coiling around it, and he's like, interest you in ion cannon, and like he's like it works very well, and like there's like a like a whining charge, and like you see him like his eyes get big, and he's like, oh, and like he runs
Oh,
back
shit.
into the shop, and you just hear like a like
Just
there's
fried
papers,
everything else
like,
in his shop.
yeah, like I think your suit gets a little bit of static on it for just a few seconds as you walk by the shop.
I see like
Oh, God.
like a slight EMP compensating or
Yeah.
something.
You see,
While-
he
while
walks
we're
back
walking, we'll
out,
probably,
flips the open sign to closed.
While we're
Yeah.
walking, we probably should talk over our at least a little bit of our plan before we go in.
Yeah, what do we expect to do in here?
Echo's gonna comment that he's hoping Phrixus can basically hang outside and watch for trouble coming inside that way, and then he'll
Look
talk
around,
to Twitch.
Akron. The whole station's trouble.
Yeah, you see, like you look around and you see just like there's probably a gang of 5 thugs. You definitely recognize these as like the kinds of thugs that you probably saw aboard that space station back in Centron, Ray. Like it's the same sort of type. They're just like hanging out in an alley, like between like it's what amounts to an alley, and like it's kind of dark back there. There's a flickering light. You walk by. You're on the main thoroughfare. You see like one guy get stabbed by somebody in power armor because he was like, you don't know why, but like the guy just basically shoved him against the wall and like stabs him through the chest with like a wrist mounted vibroblade or something. And like people basically bat like no eyelashes at all. Like maybe he was stealing something, or maybe the other guy just wanted his money. Who knows?
Oh wow, yeah, this is definitely quite a bad place. Okay, perhaps you should come in. It's a little after us, Twitch or not Twitch, Phrixus, and you're the cavalry. I'll try to explain just in case things go terribly wrong.
Phrixus, like hold like gestures to his like handgun, and he just kind of nods.
And then I'll turn to Twitch and Ray and say that the biggest thing that we don't want to do is contradict each other. If you make up any kind of a misstep or misspeak or something, I'll try to kind of go with what you direct. So we want to stay on the same page with everybody's story here. We don't want to call each other out on contradictions.
Indeed. I have a feeling it's going to be a rough conversation, depending on how much. Anybody knows? Is it he, she? It's a she, isn't it?
You have done absolutely no research into this person at all. You're like maybe 5 minutes away from the elevator. It's going to, or like you're including the elevator. You're like maybe 5 minutes away from your destination.
We don't even know what
God.
we're going here for. That's gonna be a tough one, Akron.
There was a cryptic note, and that was it.
Akron will nod and say, the only thing to remember is that the ship is under new management. And that, and then I'm going to explain that we'll be representing our new employer. We may be hesitant to even bring up who our new employer is, but we will provide gifts and reassure them that we can take up the trade.
We work for Mr. Gruber.
Oh god.
and Mr. Shinoda is his assistant.
Oh god.
Akron, I don't think that's gonna work. Just saying.
He can't be
As long
concerned
as we
of talking
sell
to
it.
him.
I need a tech save from everybody in the party.
Oh my, a tech save.
Tech save, interesting.
My tech save is crap.
I just asked the other day, like, what that one do? I've never seen a tech save. Don't know if that would be appropriate.
Oh, I gotta disable the thingy again.
Oh dear lord!
I failed.
I did not succeed it.
I don't
Oh,
see an
Jesus.
Akron roll.
Rolling D23.
Oh, was that 15 your roll?
15 was
Akron?
my roll.
No, I rolled a 3.
It was Akron
Oh,
3,
okay.
Twitch 6, Ray 15. So
I
I'm the
will
only one
point out
passed.
that Twitch has the power to have people re-roll saves if he has a bond with them. I don't know if he has a bond with any of you, but I'm just
Ray,
gonna
who
remind
passed?
you. Okay, all right.
Who do
I'm
I
gonna
have
roll
with?
one for Phrixus.
I have.
I
I
also
do not have.
Phrixus and Oliver Green, who may or not be an issue anytime in the future.
Out
I
of
ha-
curiosity,
I
what
have
is
no
a tech
bonds.
save exactly? I thought it had to do with like computers and tech, so I'm guessing it's probably not that. I don't know what a tech save is.
Security camera, stuff like that, maybe.
Tech save is kind of like a catch-all sort of thing. Let me try to give you the appropriate definition. I have to go back to the appendix for this.
I'm just curious about it. In fact, I just mentioned it last night, like shortly before I logged on. I was like, I've never seen a tech save. And I just was like, just randomly.
You actually have.
Yeah.
It was.
You've rolled one, I think.
I think I probably did, but it was related to like when I was doing something with a computer,
You
so
were
I
war
thought that's what
driving
it
at
was.
the time.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah, but I thought that had to do with the computer. That's how sadly uninformed I was to what a tech save actually is. I'm kind of curious what it is now.
All right, so tech saves are made to resist the effects of exotic technology such as alien beam weapons, nanite infections, strange energy fields, or similar enigmatic powers.
Ooh, interesting. I wonder what's gonna happen to me.
And
So
I infect your body. I passed.
all right, you passed. Were
Everybody
you the
else
only
failed.
one? Okay.
Exotic power armor saved your ass, Ray.
And Phrixus has to roll yet, if he did. Oh, he did, didn't he?
Yeah, I
15.
did.
Yeah.
I'm looking up his
probably a pass.
his save right now.
Psychics have 16. Everybody else is under 15, I think.
I think that's exactly how it is.
Actually, no, Phrixus did not make his. His is a 16.
Wow.
Or Phrixus. He rolled high too. All right. So yeah, you guys get to the elevator, and you go down to the second level. Continue your conversation.
Well, about the time we get into the elevator, I'm going to be kind of going into a look sharp twitch, and just remember, be confident.
I guess I should
And
leave
then,
my shotgun with Ray. Can't imagine a guy in a suit wearing a shotgun strikes a good pose.
Yeah, you can give your shotgun, I guess, to Ray. That might not look unfortunate.
It does. I think it probably occurs to you that Phrixus looks extremely underarmed for his size. He has like a single, if oversized, handgun. And I think Ray is like carrying a lot of firepower already.
Okay, I give my shotgun to Phrixus then.
Okay, yeah, he takes it, like, he kind of holds it awkwardly, but, he kind of shrugs two of his shoulders.
Like a more imposing figure with that.
Makes it head in the cells, too, Twitch.
Like, you just empty a pocket and hand it to him. Like, he drops one on the ground, he, like, starts shoving some in, like, a utility pocket.
Wow.
Alright, so you guys, go around a corner, and this is not you get to this level 2, this is primarily a residential level. This is not a commercial level. There are some private establishments here, but it's much less frequently traveled. You come around a corner and you see a sign for the Vanishing Moon, and you see it's a very kind of plain facade on the outside. There is definitely a pair of bouncers just kind of standing out there. One of them is an almost Phrixus-sized Carthan in light body armor, and then the other seems to be like some sort of cybernetically augmented human. Both are like wielding combat shotguns. They're just kind of standing outside the door. Vanishing Moon is got like holographic lettering that's like constantly shifting. It looks like it's like playing on the vanishing part of it. And you see like very little else to the exterior of the building.
Well, looks like the place.
Yeah, I think we'll walk up there and tell Frixus to join us in a bit and kind of advance forwards with the Twitch, Akron, and Ray and approach their bouncers, I guess, with the invitation out and my bottle of wine carried on the other hand in its box ready for inspection.
Okay, so you walk up, and the human kind of steps forward a bit, and he says, "Whoa, what's going on here?" And he's like kind of squinting at you with his one good eye, like obviously like kind of sizing you up. Like his eyes definitely like they flick over Ray in the power armor, but he spends much more time on Twitch and Akron, like obviously recognizing that if they're wearing suits, they're probably important people. But yeah, he's trying to figure out who you are.
I will hand him the note without actually explaining as little as possible, and
that's an interesting choice.
then I will also hand him be like kind of holding the box out in case they want to take a look at the wine, make sure that can pass their security check.
Yeah, he takes the note, like he's confused at first, then he looks down and his eye like kind of widens a little bit with recognition. He looks up, he says, "You Captain Mathis?"
We represent members of his crew and interests.
Like he looks down at it again, and he kind of like sidesteps over to the big Carthan, and like he kind of shows him the note, and they like exchange a look, and he says, "All right, you can go in." He makes sure to like give Ray like a look at the you got your ZXR over your shoulder, right?
Yep. And
he says, "Keep it holstered."
I guess give him a nod. Like the professional courtesy nod.
All right, so you guys walk through the door. As you do, you like pass through like an invisible static field, and as you do, you like feel kind of like a low vibration in your eardrums, and like you begin to hear music like inside this. It's not really loud club music. It's kind of like lower.
Do I see any change
music
in my sensors as I walk by?
You definitely get a note from your sensor package that you are being actively scanned and probed, and that your defenses and whatnot are being tagged, but nothing more than that.
No, I probably would have given my backpack a load of stuff to Frixus. That would totally ruin
Okay,
the image.
so he's standing the last you see him, he's like standing awkwardly across the street or the corridor, like with your pack next to him, like laying up against a bulkhead, and he's just like awkwardly holding the shotgun, like looking at you guys with wide eyes, like, "Don't leave me," and then you leave him. So you enter in, and it becomes apparent as you walk like through this entryway what sort of establishment this actually is. There is a very lithe human girl with like very intricate, elegant tattoos like running down her legs and up her arms, like just kind of lounging naked on a sofa nearby. She's kind of like bathed in pink light from like up above, and this is most definitely some sort of brothel or house of intimacy, whatever you want to call it. You're not
Slight
exactly
eye
sure
twitch
how it's
from
being
Ray.
run, but like you guys get like an approving look from the girl. Like she's got neon hair, like she's got like some sort of inserts in her hair that's making them glow like cyan. Um,
Wow,
you
like
see,
literally glow?
yeah,
Well,
and you walk in. You see like a Tarlin behind like a little podium desk sort of thing near like an old kind of grand staircase leading up to like a second floor, and behind like further down the hallway, not on the second floor, there seems to be like this hallway seems to go somewhere else, and just like lounging on the occasional sofa there is like a either barely clad or unclad, very attractive member of a gender of many species. Um, and yeah, like, do you guys like kind of shuffle awkwardly up towards the podium?
I'm going to
business day.
stride as if nothing is out of the ordinary whatsoever. Not even. I'm going to appear to look bored with the surroundings as I make my way up to the podium.
All right, so like a little holographic display kind of appears, um, and she she's actually not the most attractive Tarlin you've ever seen. She looks actually a little bit severe. She's got some like she's got not a lot of makeup on. She's got kind of like blue highlights beneath her eyes, and her hair is tied in a fairly severe bun. She definitely looks more of the business type, like she's wearing kind of like a business suit. Um, and she she says like you walk up and you get like a tone, and it's obvious that her podium is like scanning you, and she says I'm afraid we do not have you on file.
I'm going to tell her that we represent the some interests that are now in possession of the Drifter, and we would like to speak about our current business arrangement.
Can you repeat that? It was kind of fuzzing out a little bit. I'm having
Oh, I'm
an issue with my
sorry.
USB.
Oh, no problem, no problem. I was just going to say that I'll approach and I'll say that we represent an interest that is currently in possession of the Drifter. We would like to speak to her about continuing a business arrangement.
Drifter, and like you do hand her the paper.
Yes, yes, I'm going to hand her
Okay.
the same.
Yeah, she takes it. Like it's obvious that she has no idea what you're talking about until she sees the paper and she says, "Oh, uh, Miss Niova will wish to speak with you. One moment, please. Feel free to have a seat." And she like gestures over towards like an alcove where there are probably three sofas. They're all bathed in like this like soft kind of pleasant violet, like kind of off violet light. Um, it's not so strong that like you're just like walking into pink or anything. And there's like a a very a very scantily clad like Tarlin guy over here, just kind of like lounging on a couch, seated next to a human woman who looks to be in like a kind of a classy black spacers outfit, and they're like sharing a drink. And she's on like they're on one couch, and there's like two free couches.
I don't sit. I just stand next to them.
Okay,
Yeah,
so Twitch and Akron, you go and sit down.
yeah, I'm going to go ahead and sit down, and I'm probably going to start pressing a few buttons on my my AR glasses and kind of staring into them, even though I'm keeping an eye out on probably my Argus web, really. But I'm just going to look like I'm doing business stuff.
Okay. All right. Yeah, your standard like I'm pretending to text somebody even though I don't have anybody to text and I
Yep.
want to look busy.
Yeah, especially
Um,
hard to tell when you're looking through glasses.
yeah.
Which is
Uh,
honestly probably wandering, except they're behind black glasses, so nobody can tell.
yeah. So you you wait there for a few minutes. Like down the hall, like a pair of women, like one Tarlin and one Carthan, like are escorting another guy in like a very similar uniform to the woman seated on the couch nearby. Like it's a like a classy black outfit with like a red insignia on the shoulder. Um, can I get perception checks from everybody? And
Sure.
I will give Akron a +1 to this.
Oh, awesome. Let me do that 1 second here. See what my perception is. I think I have perception 0. Yep, perception 0, and that would be int, right? Or is it which stat?
Wisdom.
Wisdom. Okay, +0. So I am at a flat 2d6. Awesome, and I have the +1. Okay.
Oh wow. So Ray,
But,
Ray, you're staring.
By the way, I need
like,
to do it. Yeah, can I re-roll it so I can recharge my ability?
Oh,
Or if
yeah,
I get to and happen to need it later.
You haven't found out whether this is a failure or not. So yeah, you can re-roll it if you want.
Well, it has to be a successful save every roll. So.
Okay. Well, this isn't a save.
So it's not. Oh yeah, so I need to re-roll a successful check.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's a partial. You get a partial success. I'll say if you want to re-roll it, you can. You wouldn't have been getting as much information from Akron, but like if you fail, you're just basically not going to get anything at all, which is fine. Okay. That's a little bit better. So wait a minute. Let me read how this works.
We'll look over it too. I think it's pretty sure it doesn't say. It only has to say how successful. It's just re-roll a successful check.
That's an interesting way to recharge something. Never even heard of that. That's cool.
Yeah, generally you're supposed to risk, failing a check. Yeah, it works. Like you didn't fail it. You risked it and you didn't. So, yeah, consider that recharged. Twitch, you definitely recognize that both of these people are wearing the same uniform. Like it's a uniform, which is very weird for this station. Like you wouldn't expect people to be wearing a uniform here. You also recognize, Twitch, that like you've seen quite a few people around the station with this on, but you do not recognize the insignia. Akron, you do, however. You recognize that this was worn by that tech who was helping Oliver when you guys were transferring the funds from the server. He was wearing like a black jumpsuit, and like there was something at the back of your mind that you couldn't really place it. Now you're placing it because you're seeing like more than one, and I think you're seeing them in a different environment. You're recognizing that this black suit and this red patch is very reminiscent of the people who boarded the Ashara.
Yeah, that's kind of concerning. Oh boy. Who are we dealing with?
And you also have the information that you've seen at least several dozen people of various species with this sort of uniform or suit on aboard the station.
The ship that blew up, and then
Yep.
In Akron's backstory.
Yeah, his prologue. Yep.
Oh god.
So you're waiting there, but like, yeah, this guy comes out of a corridor. He's being escorted by like a Carthan and a Tarlin. Like both of them are basically just wearing nothing but thongs, and they have like the most incredible asses you have ever seen as they walk by. But like, yeah, Akron, you're not distracted by this at all, and you recognize the patch, and like they kind of disappear into a side room. Like the guy kind of lowers his hand to the Carthan's butt, and she like giggles.
Ekron takes a deep breath and tries to remind himself that most likely anybody that remembers him from those days would probably A, not piece them together right now, and B, hopefully not maybe be breathing. So
Yeah, Twitch's eyes probably follow the group as well, but not for the same reason.
Yeah, it's definitely a very good show. Um, so about like 3 minutes later, the moderately attractive Tarlin woman, and like moderately attractive is sort of an understatement for a Tarlin. They generally look just like better looking than humans. Like they're very elfish
She is
in nature.
average for her race.
Yes. She returns, like you see her like the entire time she's talking to someone on her podium. Like she's got like a privacy hologram up, so you can't really see what's going on. She returns and she says, Miss Neova will be able to meet with you soon. Although she does express that she was surprised that the captain did not show himself. But yes, if you are willing to wait a few more minutes, she will be able to see you shortly.
I will thank her in the most polite possible manner, and then continue to wait.
Like right about now, I'm just imagining like you guys are like, what have we gotten into?
Yeah,
That was the minute we got
that's
the
what I'm
note.
thinking.
All right, so you guys wait a couple minutes. You get like a beep on your compound Twitch, and there's a message from like a standard sort of text message from Phyrexius saying everything okay in there.
I reply back that everything is fine so far, but it's quite a place.
All right,
Don't know
so
quite what to say. Not what
he
I was
doesn't
expecting.
he doesn't respond. And yeah, a couple minutes later, there's kind of like a blue light on her terminal, and the woman who is as of yet like not introduced herself or anything, like kind of gestures you guys forward.
Ekron will stand up and adjust his suit links a little bit, and then head on in.
Okay, right? Yeah, she steps from behind the podium. She presses a button, and like maybe 10 seconds later, a side door opens, and a very attractive, very young, like Varin girl comes out, like attractive for a Varin. Like she definitely has kind of like a cute look to her. She's got like a very similar dress to the Tarlin woman, and like she comes in, she kind of like nods to her and basically takes her place behind the podium, and the Tarlin woman gestures for you to follow her, and she leads you up the this big kind of wide grand staircase that goes up to the second level. As you guys are going up, like another couple people are coming, like a couple people are coming down, and yeah, you get like another kind of gratuitous flash of companion flesh there. There's like I think there's like a human girl on this Carthan guy's arm, and she's got like these weird like glowing nipple piercings that probably attract your eye in kind of the dim light of the stairs. And as you guys are passing, she kind of gives Twitch a wink. You guys go up the stairs and get to a landing, and you see that there's like a hallway here. It goes off to the left, it goes off to the right. There's definitely like more rooms either way. There's like and then in front of you, there's like an archway that opens up into what appears to be like a very large room with some sub rooms around it. This definitely looks like some sort of not really a casino room per se, but like like one of the huge lounges that you might see in a casino, where there's no actual gambling, but like this would be where you would privately entertain like a large group of people, if you had some, like if somebody wanted to bring in like 20 or so people, like maybe from a crew or something. She leads you off to the right down the hall. You pass several rooms. You hear like some giggles behind one room, one door, very, very, very muffled. And like at the very end of the hallway, you see another pair of like guards standing by. Like the entire time, I think you've probably noticed the occasional person just standing. They're not all over the place, but there's definitely at least like half a dozen security guys scattered about this entire establishment. You come to this like obviously reinforced door, although it's been made up to look fairly nice and not just overtly like blast door looking. I think there's only one guy here. He's standing outside, and there's like this black security orb over it, and there you see like a protrusion from behind it. You have to assume it's like some sort of defensive mechanism. Um, she leads you to him, to the person there, and she says, "Eric, these are the guests that Mrs. Neovaren is expecting." He gives you all a look. You think he's probably human, but he's wearing like a helmet, so you can't really be sure. He's definitely humanoid. He could be Tarlin. Um, and he turns to the door, and like he holds a hand up to his helmet for a second, like he's apparently hearing something, and then he presses like a hand to like a a, a reader or something, and the door like slides open, and it's actually two doors, like in sequence, and you are like emitted into a like kind of an office, and like kind of shuffled in.
Agron will walk confidently into the room and attempt to identify. It probably should identify the person that's at the desk. I'm guessing, right? It's the woman.
So the funny thing here is there is a desk, and there is a being behind it, but it's a desk that is obviously not built for humanoids, and there is a chair obviously not built for humanoids. You notice that there is a Priothan basically seated here. Priothans, I will remind you, are the centipede people. And like the door shuts, like you see like the Priothan sort of nod towards the door as that happens, and the Tarlet woman like gives a curt bow as the door shuts.
Quick question. I brought my translator Turk with me. I own Priothan, but it was not set to Priothan. Can I switch it to Priothan?
Not on the fly, no. You'd have to have it stored.
Aw.
Like the way the rules are set, you can only have one stored at a time. I was about to describe that she has like a very ornate like golden sort of plating over the back of her head that looks almost headdressy, that runs down like the upper part of her spine. It's very decorative. And you see like a kind of a blue light from one little prong. It reminds you a little bit of a translator torque, but like it looks extremely expensive, and obviously made for one of her species. And like with a I think with one of her little antenna tendril, like she kind of gestures towards like a pair of chairs in front of this desk, and like in a surprisingly clear human voice, you hear, "Please sit down. I was expecting Captain Mathis, but I see he has sent you instead."
I know if there's any kind of customary greeting, like a handshake or anything with them, or would it just be or would it be more polite
give
just
me-
to sit down?
Do you have let's see here. All right, so you don't have culture alien, so let's just roll culture sector. That's going to be a flat 0 using intelligence. So 2d6 plus 1.
Oh my freaking god!
Oh,
I am going
you
to
think
re-roll
you,
that
like-
because of the importance of the event.
Okay.
If I can, that's.
Yeah, you can.
God, this is a terrible thing to use a reload on.
That
I'm
was
gonna
gonna
get
be
shot
a
in the head
really
later.
that was gonna be a really funny result if that had taken. Good God!
Oh, at least that was a
See,
dramatic
it's that
reroll.
moment when his brain goes, that's completely wrong. That's the right one. Yeah.
Yeah, so like you're walking up to this being and you're like about to extend a hand and then you're about to like, what do I shake? Do I grab one of her little antenna? And then you're like, oh God, that is probably the worst thing I could possibly do. They're either the most sensitive things on there, or they're like a sexual organ. Like, absolutely not. And then and then you're like Priotins, wait. There was a Priothin in that movie. In that Space Die Hard, Mr. like Nishimura or something like that, and
Nishimura. Oh, God.
yeah, you remember like it's like a really cheesy like Priothin like in a really cheesy suit or something that gets taken hostage and eventually like killed. But you remember that there's like a customary greeting on their homeworld, and you remember that like Priothans are very religious, and they come from a fairly rough planet, and like they take politeness seriously, but they do not hold members of other species to it. Like they view it as their priority, but they understand that other species don't. Um, you like remember that it's like it's customary to like bow, like just like that's the closest that a person can do who is not a like a centipede. Like you can't emulate the greeting that much, but like that's the closest you can do. You can go up there and you can bow, and I think maybe you say like because you got double sixes, you say you don't say it in Priothin, unfortunately, but you do say like uh, greetings and health to you or something like that. And she is definitely taken aback and surprised, uh like it's hard to judge any sort of expression from this being other than like motions, but like she kind of not rears back but moves back a little bit, like she's definitely surprised. And when she speaks next, she definitely seems a little bit pleased, in her like computerized voice she says, I was not expecting such manners. They are few and far between upon this space station. Please sit. We have not been introduced. I am Neovaren.
Before I sit down, I will say first, and I will hand her the crate of the wine, or at least place it down in the area
Yeah,
where she could reach
yeah.
it.
You like you frantically search your mind with your double sixes, and you remember like, okay, she probably can't drink it from this bottle, but this is not going to be toxic to her, and that Priothans probably do very much enjoy beverages of this kind, and like
Yeah,
you're
I was
you're like
playing a
sweating.
game also giving that to her when I realized what she's a pretty
Yeah,
open, but
yeah. You put it down, and like maybe like do you open it up like to show her like the vintage, or do you just like kind of put it there and like maybe like that's kind of like counting out the money for somebody, I guess. Like you just
no,
put it down there.
I'm not going to count out the money. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to open the bottle up, open the vintage up, and say first a gift from our employer, and I will say that he apologizes for the low value of the drink, but he said this is his favorite vintage, and he wanted to add a personalized touch, and then I will hand her
What did I
the
tell you the
wine.
name of this was?
Yeah, I believe I have it actually. It was a Tarlin wine, I believe.
Yep.
$5,000 bottle, but I'm
Yep.
still having him apologize for only being a $5,000 bottle.
It was a Tarlin wine. I know I gave it a specific name.
Actually, pulling up right now. Hold on a second here. I have it right in my. Ah, I don't have the. Scrap. I have a tall bottle of Tarlin wine with a faint white glow. That's what I have written in my description. I must have.
All right, we're gonna call it like Crystal Luminary or something. And she says, Crystal Luminary. This is my favorite Tarlin wine.
It appears you have It appears you share our employer's excellent taste. My name is Mr. Morris, and this is Mr. Anderson. And I will motion to Twitch, and then I will take my seat.
She says, well, Captain Mathis has never expressed interest in my taste in winery before.
Akron will pause for a moment and take a slightly deep breath, but then deliver things in a professional manner and say that there's been a change in management at Cintron. Captain Mathis is no longer in command of the vessel, and our employer has found a need to change the order of things there, but we do not want to change the nature of our business agreement. In fact, the only thing we may want to do is expand upon it.
Like after your little speech, you just hear a polite, "Oh," and like she's obviously kind of like taking in the situation, and like you see the little feeler antennas just kind of not darting out, but just kind of like going out over the room, like she's looking at you guys. She says, "Yes, the troubles on Centron are well known to us. Am I correct to assume that Neovaren is still in charge of the operation?"
Just to double check, Neovaren was one of the guys that got blown
Neovaren was the guy you actually, the guy you stole the ship from, and who you supposedly blew up in orbit.
I believe he's the one you hit with a mass driver.
He's the one. Yeah? You also stole all of his money, and like he was probably the leader of one of the biggest criminal organizations on the planet.
Oh, that's gonna be perfect.
So, like, he obviously owned the ship, and Captain Mathis was obviously the captain that he paid to captain the ship.
I'm afraid our employer was forced to dismantle American's organization and usurp what was valuable from it.
That is a very bold way to say things.
Akron did dismantle him quite forcefully.
Akron, I'm gonna need a persuasion roll from you.
Oh dear lord. Okay, that would be, I guess, a +1, right?
With charisma.
You're still muted, Vosti.
Oh damn, I'm terrible at persuasion.
There's like a noticeable pause in the conversation. It's very awkward. And she says, your employer was forced to dismantle the operation on Centron. Like, she just kind of repeats what you said. It's very obvious that she's like mulling this over in her head, and she is not reacting like immediately favorably to it. She says that is most disturbing. Things we had an arrangement with Mr. Hahn and Captain Mathis.
I'll immediately speak up and say that I believe that. Hang on a second here. Yeah, I'll say that. Yes,
who precisely is your employer?
Actually, I'll probably start speaking up first, and I will say that they were forced to drain the, unfortunately, seize his accounts, and then was I believe that Kamara Khan himself had an unfortunate incident with the Centron security system and a misfiring accident. And then I'll pause and say, but our employer is very interested in continuing our business arrangements and perhaps even expanding upon them.
Again, there's this long pause. And who would your employer be?
I'll pause for a moment and say that he has not been.
I have heard none of this.
He's not been eager to step into the spotlight, but if you have received any news from Centron, I'm sure that it will verify everything that I'm saying.
You seem remarkably unwilling to tell me who is attempting to get in bed with me. Uh, however, on the other hand, you seem remarkably willing to describe to me the violence in which your employer took over the operation on Centron. I'm
Akron
not
would
sure
say
what
that,
to make of this.
Akron will say that he does not wish any violence to come to between any organizations, our organizations whatsoever. In fact, he's very enthusiastic about potentially stepping up what you have. In fact, we were sent to the system. He regrets he could not become here himself because he was planning to pay you a visit, but matters on Centron had become so heated that his attention was needed there, and that we brought the ship here and are currently getting it refit for his more according specifications.
She takes all this in. So what is everybody else doing in the room as this conversation unfolds?
Staring at her through my faceplate because I'm like, this is amazing. I've never seen one this close, but I don't
What?
say anything.
What? You've had met Priothan Sword, haven't you?
Once,
Hey, you let a Priothan go!
but never a female.
Oh, that's interesting. I can
Um,
think of
So, yeah, there's
I
like
have
a
no
very
clue
long.
what to say, so I'm just kind of like sitting there.
Yeah,
beside
there's a
Akron.
very long pause, and she says, "It is unfortunate that your employer has chosen to make himself very unavailable and approach me in this manner. Um, I'm afraid that that I am not able to do business with someone who I do not have any history or knowledge of. I am equally sure that the other captains aboard the station will feel the same way. There was a certain mathematics to the way that Narek and Mathis conducted their business, and things were smooth.
I will pipe up and say that mathematics is also one of my personal concerns. Perhaps the easiest way to ease these arrangements is to give us something that we can do for them that would perhaps show the value of our continued relationship.
Um, Give me another persuasion check.
Oh dear Lord, please come on. Better.
There's another pause, and she says, perhaps. I am curious as to what sort of business relationship you and your employer are intending to uh, enter into. You have been remarkably vague. Uh, she just she stops there. She says, "There's a possibility I could find something for you to do, but I will need more information as to what you are actually asking of me first."
I'll pause for a moment and say that our capabilities have been expanded, perhaps since you've last dealt with Mathis. Um, what is it that needs to be done? I'm sure that we could accomplish these goals and then renegotiate our terms.
She says, "If you prove competent, it is possible that we could come to some sort of arrangement similar to the one we had with Narek Han and Captain Mathis."
Perhaps give us a smaller job. Test from the mechanical speaker.
Yeah, like she looks over to you for the first time, like she basically had, like you're basically furniture almost. It's possible that she sees people in exosuits all the time, and she just like kind of removes them from her thoughts. Um, she turns back to you, Akron, and she says, "Now that I think of it, I have something that you can do. It will not be a full test of our relationship, but it will prove one way or another if you are in fact, serious, and people that we could potentially deal with. She kind of turns and starts interacting with a 3-dimensional holographic display on her end of the desk. Several of her little centipede legs are kind of like typing across it, and she occasionally swipes.
Is it possible
one
to
of-
record what she types?
Um,
I guess web is recording. I don't know if it would pick up.
the thing is,
Just say, I mean,
the thing is, it's from the other side, and I'm thinking that a lot of these things are deliberately screened so people on the other side can't really make out what they're doing. But Ray
If
is
not,
at an angle.
if not, that's fine. I'll just record the details that she shows us on the job.
Ray, give me a perception check. This is probably going to be fairly high because it's at a
Untrained.
very odd angle.
11.
Whoa.
Holy crap!
You're able to glean some information from this. You'll probably have to actually play back in order to actually understand. Like you're only seeing like the screen laterally and only partially. But you'll probably be able to review this later. So, she says, "I'm having an issue with one of the." She pauses and she says, "One of the other, how should I say, businesses aboard the station. I would like you to take care of this for me."
Crowd will say that should not be a problem in the most completely professional and non-emotional way possible, and ask if and basically I guess well I wouldn't really slip out a. I'm trying to think here what I could. I'll slip. Yeah, I can slide my comp pad out from under my its hook up under my sleeve, and I'll just slide it across the desk to her.
Excellent. I was about to have her ask you for your compad. Like you put it on the desk and like it just interacts with the desk. It's like one of those smart surfaces where you can put your phone on top of it and it'll interact with another phone.
Oh, awesome!
You put it on the desk and like you see it like link like a little blue box is drawn on her desk around your compad as it's laying there, and like a blue line is drawn to her terminal. And you see like your compad sort of light up as data is being transferred.
Maybe she'll notice the fact that it's an ultra expensive and high-end compad too.
Let me do a roll.
Welcome to Macro Hard Surface. Would you like to transfer data?
Macro
pretty
hard
cool.
service.
Either she doesn't notice or she doesn't care. She makes no comment. She transfers some files. You get like a chime, and she nods to you like to take it back. She says. All she says, like she's very businesslike now. She says, "Level 4, Block C." Let me come up with a name here.
Start that information into my suit.
Assyrian Imports.
Oh, okay, no, you told me. I was gonna look it up real quick. But...
Assyrian Imports. Everything you need is there. And she pauses and she says, "They have been most uncooperative in our dealings lately regarding exotic goods to the station. Show them the error of their ways, or make an example of them for the rest of the station."
I will actually ask if they're looking for I'll actually ask her just one question: if she prefers that they vacate or disappear.
She like you get the impression that she almost shrugs. She says, "One or the other. Either they become amenable to our previously arranged agreement, or you make an example of them and you show the rest of the station that agreements are to be taken seriously here.
Background will nod
The
and say that
the means are up to you."
I will
That was a
stand up
subtle
and
hint to
nod.
us too.
And she says, I look forward to hearing from you later today, as I guess you stand up.
Akron will nod and say that for perhaps what we have planned, we may return tomorrow. But it is consider this hopefully a small token of our attempts at friendship. And then I will stand up and bow to her again.
She does not return the bow. She
Ooh,
doesn't.
ice
She doesn't
burn.
make the. Yeah, she doesn't make the gesture at all. She just waits for you to leave.
All right. In that case, I will turn and professionally leave, showing as little trace of the disappointment that I don't get a return to bow as possible.
Mm. All right. Yeah, you guys leave. The same guard is outside. And you don't see the Tarlin anywhere. Like, you're free to make your way down to the desk and then out of the brothel. You make your way out and you see Pharixus on the other side, like sitting down, like the shotgun just kind of like in his lap, and he's just kind of like waiting there, like almost like a kid waiting for the school bus. Can I get a tech save from everybody who failed the first one?
Oh boy. Oh, blew the hell out at that time.
I still failed. Being as I have to get a 17 to 20 to pass, it's not surprising. Or 16 to 20.
Okay. All right. So, yeah, you make your way out. Like, breathe very, very, like a very heavy sigh of relief as you exit the vanishing moon, and you're like, Phrixus stands up. He says, "Well, how did it go?"
Could have
Akron
been
will
better.
suggest that it went well. See if we can find maybe a secluded booth to
Akron's
talk in or
definition
something.
of well is so unique.
Yeah.
I think Akron's definition of well is we're still alive.
Actually,
So
I'm
you
okay with
like
this.
you finally take a look at the data pad. It's basically like the file that she transferred to you was like a rough outline of a business arrangement she had with that import that import business that I told you, Assyrian Imports. It's 2 levels up. It's on the opposite side of the station. It basically includes directions, and like it includes details on the deal, presumably so like you can enforce said deal. The gist of it was they were like subcontracting the import business to provide them with the exotic substances, drinks, drugs, and other things for the brothel. It seems like kind of a minor deal. It looks like maybe she was giving you like the smallest thing on her plate. And it seems like in the last couple months, since the issues from Centron, the import business jacked up their prices by like 70%, for what they were previously demanding, and she is not happy. Like they had like an agreed rate.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull up all the info that I can on it and transfer it to everybody's video feeds and say that perhaps we should find some quiet place to figure out what we're going to do for the moment.
You definitely get the impression that part of the test here was that she wanted this just done. Uh, I think that was probably made a little bit clear when she said, "I expect to hear from you later." In that she definitely, like, things did not go terribly well with the negotiations there, and she was giving you an opportunity, but she was being fairly short with the opportunity. And part of it was like she wants to see how you do. Perhaps it occurs to you that like maybe she wants to see how you do in a high pressure situation where you do not have a whole lot of time to come up with like some intricate plan. Like you get the feeling that she's like, go there, deal with them, inform me of what happens, and like she just wants to see what sort of people you are when push comes to shove, like what your natural sort of modus operandi is. Like, do they go in there and do they blow the place up? Do they handle it cleanly? Like, you definitely get this sort of impression.
Yeah.
It's definitely kind of like a tryout.
Still think it might be worth pulling up the info that I can on the place. At least find out how many people
Oh yeah,
are there,
definitely.
how many things like
you
that.
You get the impression that taking a couple days would definitely not be
Oh,
wise. She would be very, very displeased.
I was thinking we would figure out a plan right now and be back and go back to her place tomorrow. Is what I was thinking. It'd probably take a day, roughly. I mean, if we're gonna try and handle this without just.
She did include her contact, like, I guess not her contact, but a contact line in that data. Whether or not you want to deliver the news in person, like, it seems like she just wanted to be informed when it was done, and you guys would move from there.
So yeah, I'm thinking if we call her the next day and say that they're done, that probably wouldn't be too bad. I don't think. That's kind of the timetable I was thinking of. I mean, otherwise we'd have to walk into the place and stick a gun in someone's face.
I wish
That's not really our mouth.
to review my recording of what she typed and stuff.
Yeah. All right. Let's see what you got from there. That's actually going to take you a little bit of time because, like, you're going to have to magnify the image, kind of enhance it. Again, like I said, it was at a very odd angle, and you're only going to be getting some information, like the right half of a paragraph in Priothan. You're gonna have to run that through a translator. Maybe like you bring it up and like it occurs to you like you're definitely gonna have to like sit down with this and run it through a computer probably.
Seeing the insects earlier got my attention. I'm gonna ask Ray if she knows of any varieties of insects that would not be welcomed on a space station. That also, well, that is loose on a station.
Oh, there
are
are many varieties of insects that could be particularly hazardous to a space station.
Absolutely.
Which ones? Is there anything that might carry black market things along those lines? I got the idea from seeing the literal glow bugs earlier. Is there anything that maybe
there are thousands?
Ray might be able to pick?
What do you mean black market? Carry black market things?
Exactly. Something they might have these things in cryostasis or something there.
Oh, you mean like these things are in the black market, like they're not carrying something in the black market? Like the way you phrased that was very weird.
No. I meant like
you want an insect that is from the black market and potentially dangerous, not something that's a carrier for something.
Off the top of your head, I guess give me a culture spacer roll, Ray, since he's asking you. Ray, do you have culture spacer?
I have culture sector 14 and culture Val Andros because you didn't want to make.
What is your science or related?
My science is 1.
All right, give me a science roll. Akron, give me like a culture spacer, and I will like you're having this conversation in front of Twitch. I'll let Twitch do a culture like spacer as well.
Thinking of some non-lethal way to deal with this problem.
You know, a big thing, I think, like, it definitely occurs to you, Ray, because, like, you come from...
I completely lost you on speakers there. I'm sorry, man.
You there? Can you hear me?
I hear you again now. It just cut out on man.
Ray, you know, like, you don't come from a space station, but you lived in, like, a bubble habitat underwater, so it's very similar. You had a problem with like these lampreys that would attach themselves and drain power from certain sections, and then like they would be really bad for the cabling. It kind of jogs a certain train of thought, and you know that you're like, okay, maybe some sort of insect that might deal deal damage to systems or something. Twitch and Akron, you both know that there's various forms of insects that have thrived aboard space stations and ships, which like eat power cabling, or get into life support. It doesn't seem like the life support thing would be a very intelligent thing to use here. you could introduce like maybe an infestation of like Haraxian beetles, and it might like wreak havoc on their electrical systems, but it would not be contained. Um,
Might
you
mess up their inventory. I'm not sure what the import would be
As
agreeing
in,
to.
as in, if we release these on the station, they could possibly
Yeah.
damage the entire station.
You don't get anything like with that sort of roll. It's a success partially. Like you just know that like it might take some time. Um,
Also, how would that threaten the group?
yeah, like might drive them out of business, but it might drive the people next to them out of business. It might shut down the air supply
could
to
al-
that section
It
of the
could also
station for a few
hurt the
days.
brothel, which is what she doesn't want.
Yeah, that seems like that might
So,
not end up
that's
being a
not
The
a
thing with
very
insects
wise
is they're
plan.
very hard to control.
Perhaps a virus.
Rodwell,
That's a little bit more targeted. That's your area of expertise. Roll's eyes.
I'm gonna step away for a second. I gotta go
Okay.
get something, but
Okay.
I think you guys should brainstorm amongst yourselves.
One
while
question
I'm
before
going.
you go: what
Yeah.
what do they import export?
Alcohol, drugs,
Lots of
that kind of
alcohols, drugs, exotic substances, like really high luxury items. Basically stuff that you would like stock a brothel with.
brothel commodities of the illegal and probably not so safe steps of nature.
Yeah, you imagine these people have to be like raiding luxury liners, probably killing everybody aboard and stealing them.
Okay, so yeah, that's definitely good to know.
I will be back in like 2 minutes. Continue the brainstorming.
Packard will point out what kind of bad people we're probably dealing with, so not to feel too much sympathy, but still don't necessarily need to kill anyone if you guys have a
To me, it seems
or potentially be
though
brute
she
force.
did mention that killing is acceptable, I think she would rather have her deal followed.
Packard nods and says that she sounded like she wanted them closed down and made an example of, but perhaps if they were to offer an even better deal and stick to it this time, this might.
She wants
Might also
either
send the
her
message.
own deal fulfilled, or or better, or she wants them made an example of. That were the two options we were given.
Akron comments we could go the brute force route, but we don't know what kind of reaction that we'll get. We're not sure the type
She's
of
trying
security
to
that's here.
determine if we are thugs or a little bit more advanced.
The brute
I was
force
thinking
method is the easiest, but then all you'll get are thug jobs.
I'm thinking of running them out of business / like you said, making them fulfill the deal is an interesting idea. Making them fulfill it for much better.
It seemed to me that that would be what she wants most, is to have her business deal continue with them under her amenable choices.
Background will.
What I was hearing, it seemed that like the business had gone sour and they were charging more than she wanted. So the correct path, I think, would be to apply some type of pressure and let it be known that that was where it was coming from.
Given the time frame we have, I'm looking for suggestions. If we have some suggestion how to go approach doing that, because that sounds reasonable.
In order to do that, I think I would need to know more about like what we'd actually like. I don't know anything about the business, how big it is, how they go about their business, anything like that. I don't know.
That's all I was trying to find info out on. And, wasn't trying to take days.
That's
and days
something
to
we
do
need
this.
to DM for, to like browse the extranet for information. Blah, 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 blah,
Yeah,
blah.
in fact, that's what I was trying to do is get some of that information out there. 'Cause, yeah, the size. And
But our
things
options,
I'm
virus
back.
can kind of work, but you'd have to like tell them why. Otherwise, they'd be like, "Somebody hacked us. Nothing is going to happen now." Yeah. Issue.
Ashland asks Ray if she's ever made any kind of a timed release virus with an antidote or anything along those lines. Anything she's ever messed with?
I've never made one. I've usually worked opposite to that. I was thinking more computer virus when I said that, but I have worked to curing diseases before.
Diseases, in my opinion, tend to run rampant quite easily. Would
And
not
it's-
be,
it's
the most
very
desirable
hard.
solution.
It would also
To
occur
contain such
to
a
you,
thing.
Ray, that it would probably take you weeks or months to
And
develop a virus.
and it would take much longer than we have.
What about poisons? Poisons that perhaps might have a neutralizing antidote available.
On spot notice?
On limited
That we
time
might
frames,
find on the
the only
black
pressure
market.
that could be applied would be to break in, mess their shit up, not kill anyone, and to convince them that it'd be best that they follow their original deal. That's probably the only thing that works like that on short notice. Unless you feel you're very handy with viruses.
Oh man! All right, so like Frix is just kind of standing here this entire time, and he's like, "So we're supposed to go in and scare them?"
That seems to be what she wants.
Akron is, I guess, scanning to see if there's any place that might deal with black market viruses on the planet or on the station.
Why do
No.
we keep going back to viruses?
They're not
Viruses are a bad
I meant-
idea.
I didn't mean virus, I meant poison
How?
in particular.
That's likely to kill them all. That's not what she wants. and how does that how would a poison get you? You know, like
Yeah.
we did this. Now pay us the money. That doesn't. help
I'm
us.
thinking if their boss has 24 hours to get an antidote, and he might be inclined to deliver all of our goods for free in short order.
That doesn't help the long term goal though. What?
Well, I mean, like, I don't know about you, but like, if my shop was poisoned and somebody walked in and said, "You've all been poisoned with this neurotoxin. You have 24 hours to get the antidote. Don't screw with Neovaren again." They might be inclined to listen. Like, I'm just like first blush, like that seems a fairly serious, don't fuck with us sort of thing.
Also seems to me that a neurotoxin and the exact antidote for such neurotoxin is hard to acquire on short notice.
This is a station where there is nothing that is illegal.
That's
why I was.
true.
Well, I guess my brand of Maltech wouldn't know about these sorts of things, but perhaps Ray's science knowledge might. I'm open to other plan suggestions on how to accomplish these goals, but I will point out that we do have a short amount of time. But I am open to alternate ways to do this. I think going in there and sticking a gun in people's face is kind of out. It's not our style, and we're likely to get our asses kicked doing that.
Well, other than the direct result, which sounds like we might be after, the only other thing we could do is apply economic pressure, but that takes time.
Akron says
Other than, like, say, just draining their accounts, which doesn't exactly help much. They might be inclined with that, but it's not something we can directly do, being as the bank accounts are by another organization, which would be even more angry with us if we did such a thing.
Akron will sigh and say if we had an escape vessel, I'd recommend we just burn the shop down at the off hours, but unfortunately.
Akron, what sort of, like, you're saying burn the shop down. Like, are you open to lethal options?
I'm open to lethal options.
Give me an intelligence check.
But I'm trying to avoid lethal options if I can, but let me see. Oh, not potentially lethal options, but yeah.
Possibly something exotic would be better because they might not know anything about it and be like, "Oh shit."
It's not very sophisticated. But all it takes to die on a space station is a lack of life support.
Yeah, that is a potential option.
I'm just pointing that out because you have a lot of experience in space.
That is true. Ray, do you know how long? Well, we lower the. You know what? We might not need to completely suck out the. That does kind of give Akron an idea. Akron will suggest that he might be able to bring the oxygen down.
Do I know of any species that might be on this space station that don't have to breathe oxygen?
Give me a culture sector roll.
Interesting theory.
No prominent ones.
There
Background
are a
kind of-
few species that don't breathe oxygen, but the majority of them do.
background
And
will
they're
nod
not
and say
common
that,
species.
automated security could be an issue too. But one potential option we have, and I'll kind of lean forward and run it by Ray, if we lower the oxygen in the room, but we manage to not drain it, we might be able to go in with full oxygen on rebreathers and talk to them while they're not exactly in great shape.
What prevents them from simply leaving the room?
We need to lock their shop down. I'm not sure how many entrances. That was a question we were asking on the info that we pulled up. But do you have any idea of roughly how many people are there? How big the shop is?
It's.
I mean,
it's,
do they
there's a
have
small
like global
front.
interests?
There's like
or-
a small storefront, like the rest of the stores. Most of like you have like a diagram from her. Most of it is like a private warehouse behind it. It's not like a warehouse the size of something on Centron. It's like a space station size warehouse. That's where the majority of the space is. Where you would think that most of the actual dealing goes on in bulk, and where they probably store most of the stuff. Their actual shop is like literally a storefront where they probably just sell the occasional bottle to somebody. You're looking specifically at like the diagrams to see how you could like shut them in there.
I want to see, yeah, if it would be possible to contain them in there.
Oh, absolutely. It's a space station. There are airlocks all over the fucking place. I mean,
I'm
like,
guessing.
some places on the station, the airlocks have been compromised, but, yeah, like, this is a space station. They're supposed to deal with catastrophic breaches. It can work in the inverse, and you could potentially, lock down an area. I mean, it wouldn't be simple necessarily, but you could do it.
I'm guessing we could probably buy Twitch and Atmos filter on this planet, right?
How many other
Oh
shops
God,
are in
yeah.
the same
There's
sector?
how many what?
In the same lockdown sector, how many other shops are there?
Um, there
Guess I could
there are
pull up
only a
schematics
few.
of the station or
They're
something.
like
but-
the level where the merchants are is the third level. This is on the fourth one. It's kind of like there are still merchants up here, but there are a lot of these kind of like import shops. This is where a lot of the bigger ships like kind of offload their cargo. There's probably like 3 shops nearby. Um, but like yeah, you could lock down the warehouse individually. You might even be able, if you got lucky, you might be able to like trigger a lockdown on the shop itself.
Background will suggest that if we manage to rig something like that, we'll want to be already inside the lockdown area and have our Atmos filters. I think that would be the easiest way to safely send them a message.
This is quickly turning into GTA heist.
Is it?
I'm seeing gas masks.
GT space heist. You guys,
So okay. We turn off the oxygen supply. We then go in there. How do you wish to deliver the message, so to speak?
In
Background
person,
shakes
the way
his
it
head.
sounds.
we'll have to be in there already if we're going to seal it down and still communicate with them, because we'd have to unseal it to go inside. So we'll want to be already inside as potential buyers when we actually activate the security measure or activate the program.
You are aware that they might just attack us and attempt to escape.
We won't necessarily be obvious as the attackers immediately. In fact,
If
I'm
you
planning
do-
on
if you-
choking for a moment.
You also might want to acquire some kind of stun grenade. Just saying, if you don't wish to kill them.
Yeah, have
Backup
some
plans
grenades.
are always good.
Ekron bought one gas grenade with him, but that's all he brought with him from
Or I
Sahara.
could make some more goop grenade. Oh wait, nope. Sorry, I don't have any of those right now.
Akron sighs and will comment that he wishes we had the Nasaris resources as well. I have several things there that could help, but they're not on me and
Well,
we can't
even
really
on
go
the
back for
Nasara,
them.
we don't have them. Not for that.
Anyway, yeah. So you have grenades?
I have 2
Akron
stun
will,
grenades.
Akron will pat his vest and say, I have 1 gas grenade.
Not sure how useful gas grenades are going to be when we're pumping out the oxygen in the air supply. But
You can breathe vacuum, you can breathe gas. But yeah, I will, Akron kind of looks at everybody and sees if we maybe have a plan.
well, it's not a great plan, but it is a
All right,
short-term
so
plan.
what do you need to implement your plan? I hear Atmos filters.
Access to their computer system, I would imagine. That would be what controls that kind of stuff.
So, all right.
Need
Definitely
one
buy-
Are you taking Pharixus?
Yeah, Frixus could come in handy
He's
here.
gonna need an Atmos filter.
Yep, we're gonna need 2 Atmos filters. One for Twitch and one for Pharixus. And I believe that
Ray's
Ray's...
good.
Yeah,
good.
Ray's got her armor.
Is that it? Just those 2 things, Atmos filter and computer access?
I think that should be it, actually, yeah. I don't think
But
we
you
need
already
a lot
have
of,
stun grenades, so yeah.
All right. Right,
maybe pass
so
one of those stun grenades out to Ray so we all have a grenade.
What is the typical makeup of said company? Do they have like a roster?
company? It's not like an official company.
No.
No,
There's no
definitely
thing
not.
official about what Traxxas.
Nope.
If they don't speak your language, you might have a problem.
Standard is standard pretty much everywhere. There's a high likelihood that at least one person in that shop will speak standard. Like they have to sell their goods.
They also have to talk to each other, yeah, I guess.
So do you want to head back to what Graz's to like I think that probably occurs to you like, hey, he had a lot of exosuits, maybe he's got some filter masks. And like he's on the way to the elevators.
Seems
Yeah,
fair.
sure. Grav seems like a good place to go
You
for
already done
some Atmos
business there
filters.
once.
Yeah. So you guys stop by Graz's. Like he's not there today. His assistant is in. But like the Nadomo combine definitely gets tagged as like previously purchased in the shop. And you're welcomed in as like previous customers. Just buying 2 Atmos filters, like obviously the person's disappointed you're not getting like a huge sale, but like you were a previous big spender, so they're like more than happy to help you. Markdown credits for 2 Atmos filters, normal price.
Oh, cool.
You walk out
Looking
in
for
just
the price right now.
I will
8
have what
minutes.
that costs here in a minute.
One of them's a Carthan-sized one, but they're both really common, and you walk out like 8 minutes later, and head towards the elevator bank to head to section 4C.
Man, I cannot find it in the book.
There's 100 credits.
100 credits? Okay.
I will pay for mine and for Ixis's, so I will pay them both for 200.
Oh, awesome. That would leave me with 7 credits if I'd done that. Otherwise, I'd probably offered.
All right, so you pass Phrixus the mask. Twitch, you take your shotgun back.
It's actually better probably for Ixis to have it. It's more threatening that way.
I check the oxygen level on the suit.
I don't
Okay,
think
so
I don't
Ixis is,
particularly need a shotgun to be threatening.
Are
You
you
gonna trade
going in
with,
with any weapon, Twitch? If you don't have a visible weapon, Phrixus will hand you his like Karnak's handgun.
That'll do. I imagine that lifting a couple of them into the air would be more than threatening enough if it comes down to that. But yeah, we can do that. If I can avoid that, that's better.
You getting the music now, by the way, Akron?
Yep, getting it good now.
Okay, good.
Sorry, I must have had the speaker set wrong yesterday. So much going on, I didn't even notice. So I was like, oh, yeah, I didn't hear any music yesterday. No,
Is this a base warehouse As in, like, it opens to space, and thus they probably have suits.
No. No, this is like some sort of secondary warehouse. If you were like curious, you can look and you can see that there's like an access corridor that obviously leads from that warehouse to like basically several other storage warehouses for shops, and that
Okay.
access corridor leads all the way down to like some docking areas.
So
Like, so
where can
people would move into those docking areas, offload their cargo, and cargo would be transported through this access way. So like the cargo would never be in sight or reach of the general public.
How does it look like I would go about, I guess, connecting to this computer system? Like,
So
is there
you're
an
gonna have
access
to get
panel
into
in
the
area?
local area. You're basically gonna have to like get into the local area and then find out what sort of setup they have.
You know what,
There's no like the only things that control the entire station are like the life support systems, and those are actually like redundant in each section. They don't actually control like individual like habitation modules and stuff like that. Like it's like lights for this floor and blah blah blah.
I give Ray 2 stun grenades.
I
I'm gonna
take 2
say-
stun grenades.
Nice. I'm gonna say that we should definitely stick with our current clothing and everything. We can play this off very well when it's time to actually go inside.
All right, so you get down to like basically the block, like C block. The store is like within sight on the other end of the station, like down the corridor. There's a sign for it was Elysian or Assyrian imports. It's not a very big store. Like it's maybe like 12 by 12 from what you can see. There's like a stand in the center, and then there's like a counter on the back. There's like kind of lavish displays of things, but it obviously looks like they keep the vast majority of their stock like behind in the warehouse for obvious reasons. Like if this store was to be robbed or held up, they wouldn't want all their valuable merchandise up front. So yeah, you're there. There's a couple other shops here. They're all kind of like either bulk import things or like specialty shops. There's not a whole lot of foot traffic here. And yeah, you're nearby. What do you do?
So what do they sell in like the surface?
Surface?
Like, as far as like what the storefront, I'm sure they don't advertise, we sell all this illegal stuff, but I guess nothing's illegal here, so there's really no point.
Yeah, they
right?
do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Never mind. Keep
uh,
forgetting.
like-
Nothing's legal here, so.
Yeah.
Crack! 50% off today!
Oh yeah. Ultra wormhole crack.
Yeah. Don't think that's high on my priority list.
So yeah, you're there. It's up to you guys now.
I guess
Alright,
I
Akron.
guess this Akron's starting to find out.
Okay,
Akron,
so
you have the lead.
Akron. Yep, I'm saying, is there like an access panel in the area? Does it look
Oh,
like?
there are
any
so many
controllers?
access panels everywhere.
What would look like a kind of out of the
If
way
you
access
can,
panel
Akron,
that might give
tap-
me direct access?
Attempt to tap their cameras if they have any first to see if they're
Give
actually
me
there.
a perception check, Akron. Because there are so many panels, you're like, that one probably leads to a maintenance duct. That one might control the lights to the hallway. That one probably controls an emergency gate to the furniture imports next
Oh, God.
door.
Oh god, we flipped
Oh, freaking god!
flipped the wrong
I have
switch.
You
Yeah.
have no
perception.
idea.
something.
You have no idea. Like you're looking at this and you're like, oh god, it's been a long time since I've been somewhere so messy. You would probably know where a panel to access this stuff would be inside the store, but outside the store, you're like, I have no idea. No idea.
well, he's just after access hatch, right? Can I have a go with that? I'm sure tech post tech or something like that would apply.
You have some tech training, so I'll give you an opportunity to do a perception. He's not looking for a simple access hatch. He's looking for a panel to access the the systems for that specific shop, and it has to be a panel. Like it wouldn't just be like you pop it open like, oh, here's the security panel. This would be like something you might be able to route through to get in, coincidentally for that shop. So it's like it's definitely not obvious, and there's a bunch of panels everywhere. So it's not a very easy check, especially if you roll a 3.
Yeah, that's an awful check. Still, the second pair of
I
eyes
will
can't
try
hurt.
perception.
But I rolled a 3.
You want perception, right?
Yep.
Can't make it worse in this case. Holy crap!
You, however, have been on stations like this, and you definitely recognize that there is a panel. I think you maybe you broke into a store on one of your really most like desperate days on the run from Tankai, and there's like a panel next to the store opening that obviously controls like the security gate, and then there's like a very subtle panel below it and to the side that like most people wouldn't see, and you realize that one probably has some sort of subsystem access, but it is very close to the entrance. Like it's to the side, but it's very close to the entrance.
That panel looks like what you're looking for, Akron, but it's awfully close to the door.
Akron will nod and say that, man, hopefully we can make this quick. I'm gonna take a quick glance around. What's it look like? Is there anybody that looks like this is like really super visible from the inside, or just the outside, or?
Wow. You get there, and there are actually like 4 people inside of the like this 12 by 12 shop that I described. Not counting the person behind the counter. They were packed. Like 4 people is not a lot for a lot of establishments. This is like 2 people at the counter, 1 person like looking at a shelf, and another person talking on a compad.
So for this panel, is this panel like in clear view of any of them?
No. What you would have to be worrying about is if anybody in the corridor would care if you're accessing that panel or not. There are definitely. Let me do another roll here. There's probably like half a dozen people in the corridor that could potentially have sight lines, but you would know that like it's all about how you do things.
Is it possible
maybe
to like attach a cable and run it around to an alley or something?
You don't have a cable that's like 20 feet long.
I'm thinking we need a distraction. I'm gonna look around
That
for a
seems
second.
likely.
And I'm gonna look towards Phyrexius and say, have you ever begged for money before?
He just looks at you, like what?
I was gonna say, go over there and start loudly begging for change. Make a scene about it if you can.
See,
A giant
if it's a pity we're not playing Apocalypse World, because Ruby would be well suited for this task.
Picturing a large
Well,
Carthan
Are you
screaming
sure
wanting
about
change.
this, Akron?
Akron will say, don't get aggressive. If anybody looks like they're gonna pull a weapon,
I
back
think
off
that would
and
be
then
a
start loudly
popular
talking
choice
about
on
how.
the station.
All right.
I'm gonna say back off and start loudly talking about how people don't care anymore or something. Just make some noise.
He looks over at you, Twitch, just like obviously for like your nod of approval or something.
I don't think this is a good idea.
He looks. All right. Give me a persuasion roll, Akron. If Twitch had gone with it, no roll necessary.
No,
but,
that's. I think that's fine. That makes complete sense. I guess that persuasion would be a +1, I believe, right? Yep. It'll be fine.
He looks bad. He just yeah. Like, where are you directing him?
To kind of go over away from us to start being like, does anyone have any change kind of deal?
Okay. All right. So you point like maybe 12 feet away, like down the corridor. You see him walking there. He slings the combat shotgun over his shoulder. It's highly visible to everybody that this Carthan has a combat shotgun.
Oh god. Do you stop him?
He goes over there and he's got like an Atmos filter on his belt on the back, and like he stops and like there's a like a Tarlin woman passing by, and she kind of stares at him, and he gets up the country and like you hear him say, "It's not worth it anymore. Please, I need money to get off the station." I'm gonna give him a roll.
Oh god. What have you all done?
Yeah, so he's kind of loud, but he's also really shy. So, let's see how many people he draws.
So we're worried about what?
Holy
people outside?
God! Wow, that's a surprising roll.
Wait,
Like he gets over there and he starts like
I'm confused. Are we worried about people outside right now?
he's trying to.
We're
You guys are
making
trying to make a
so that
distraction.
we can open the hatch and hack it.
Yeah. He
We
gets
just
over
saw
there.
a guy get stabbed in the alley 5 minutes ago. You think they really care?
He's over there,
just saying.
and he's like he's doing this, and
I don't know, I
some
think-
younger guy is walking by, and he's like, "What the fuck are you begging for, you giant hunk of Carthan crap?" And he like shoves Phrixus, and Phrixus gets pushed back against the wall, and Phrixus shoves him back. And like several people gather around to look. And he's like, "I'm gonna kick your ass, you jackass!" And Phrixus just decks him, and he obviously has the attention of everybody on that side of the corridor.
Well, I guess that kind of worked. Best get busy, Akron.
I think as soon as the fist fight starts to look imminent, I'm going to pop that panel open.
Ray
And I'm
just
going
shakes her
to
head.
see if there's any wireless access that I can gain access to, and shut the panel quickly. And if not, I'll hard patch in and try to see if I
Okay.
can put a program in.
All right, so like you get to the
I'm gonna need
panel.
wireless
It's obviously like it's got a simple kind of locking mechanism on it. You're gonna have to break it or pick the lock or jimmy it or something. What do? You said you wanted to do this quick.
Meta tool.
All right, you're
will,
gonna stick your meta tool. Are you gonna try to just jam it open?
Well, I have something on the meta tool, like a cutter that would cut through a lock quick.
Let me read meta tool. Meta tool. This wrist-mounted housing contains a myriad of small, useful tools designed to handle the widest possible range of technical needs. While a meta tool is too limited to handle major jobs, it's usually sufficient to manage jury-rigged repairs. Yeah, you probably have like some sort of like very, very low-powered cutter here. Like not something you could cut through like a door with, but like something you could probably like cut through a small, like, you know, it's basically like a solderer, but like in reverse. Like you would be able to like sever bits of machinery with this for like repairs and stuff.
Yeah, I'll try to use that. On
Okay,
the lock and get that
give
open.
me a post-tech roll. Using dexterity.
Ooh, using dexterity. Interesting. I think it's the same bonus ultimately, but definitely interesting. That'd be +2 actually, my bad.
Alright, you're just trying to do this as quick as possible. Are you trying to like move your shoulder to the side to shield people from view, or are you like just doing this?
I'm just gonna step over, probably between the audience and the panel, mostly. Unless there's
you
somebody
notice-
like right
I think-
next to me.
Twitch, you notice one person walks out of the shop attracted to the scuffle. They're not immediately looking at Akron. They're looking in the opposite direction, but they are standing maybe 4 feet away. Akron, you also notice this. I'm either going to need a stealth roll from Akron, or if somebody wants to distract this person, they could, or move
They walk out
themselves
of the
in
shop,
between.
right?
Yeah.
I walk up. Hey, you sell any party drugs?
Oh god.
Oh boy. So this heavily modulated voice comes through the speakers, you know, like, "Hey, do you sell any party drugs?" Like, you know, through the suit's external speakers, and like the person just turns and like stares in horror up at like your suit, like just like, what the fuck?
I hit the
Akron,
button
give
in the
me a
like
stealth. Give me a
the-
stealth roll plus 1.
That would be a plus 2 then for.
And yeah,
bonuses.
this will be with
Yeah,
Dex.
looks right. Okay. Actually, hang on. Would it be a plus? Yeah, okay, yeah. Plus I have a plus 1, so yeah, plus 2 would be. Okay, perfect. Okay, rolling it.
Okay, yeah, they don't see you. They're just like weirded out by Ray. Just be like, "Party drugs" in the power arm or in the assault suit.
The image of that is
And they're just
hilarious.
like, "What the fuck?" Yeah,
Hey,
you
don't
pop the panel
discriminate.
open. You pop the panel open. You you hear a meaty thud from across the corridor, and like another person has moved in to like
You sell
obviously
him or
this
not?
guy had a friend, and Frixis has just like haymakered the guy. Like a small crowd is forming over there. All right, Akron, you're trying to get into access like the system. Are you going to try to hack it or just like hotwire the system to do something?
I would like to attempt to hack if there's a wireless. But basically, it comes down
Nope.
to: is there a wireless?
No
access?
wireless.
Okay. Yeah.
There's like a
depending on
little,
what-
there's like an I/O port basically, like you plug in like a little extendable cord from your
Here's the
like
two approaches I'd
hacker's
be looking
tool.
at. Tell me which one looks more likely. I would either be looking at attempting to hack it on a timer to activate the program in 2 minutes exactly, or I would. Actually, you know what? I make it 5 minutes just to make sure, because I think I can buy enough time inside without a problem. So yeah, so I would make it 5 minutes on a timer, or if I cannot do that, I would look at making that inside panel you talked about have a be ready to like a 1-button press. But that's definitely the
give
B
me
option.
give me a computer roll.
Just 1 second. That's gonna be a plus 3. Not the best dice. Could have been worse, but still not the best dice.
You could probably rig it up for local access from inside on any other computers in there.
The best you can do is a 2-minute timer. And what are you exactly trying to rig in terms of like what is it trying to do?
On 2-minute timer, I want it to begin to lower the oxygen levels in the room, but not if I can set that so that it will not completely obliterate them. I want to break it down to the point where people.
Are you gonna like lock down the doors?
Yes, that was the other thing I was gonna mention. But
Alright, so you're gonna trigger an like a lockdown, and you're going to like do an imbalance of the air pressure in here to be like 90% and 10%, like so people basically will pass out.
Yeah, well, basically not quite pass out. Right about the point where they're wanting to pass out, to where I'm trying to knock it down. Right about that level, if possible.
Give me a untrained tech medical roll.
I on that aspect, in fact, I was going to say that as soon as Ray's clear, I'm going to ask her what the level was.
Oh, she's not
I'm busy.
clear.
Okay. Oh boy. This is something I was definitely going to run by
you're
Ray
having
originally.
to do this really quickly. You actually rolled that computer check with Dex, but since your bonuses are the same, it didn't matter. But you were actually having to do this really quickly instead.
I do want to try to put in some sort of a quick override in. I might be able to access from another panel too, in case things go really wrong.
That's definitely not within your time frame to do. You're gonna you know that you're gonna have to find like an override in the shop somewhere.
Oh boy, this could be interesting.
Like you're trying to do this within 30 seconds.
Okay, I'm rolling the. So I would roll untrained tech medical, which would be
with intelligence. So
That
that's
would be a
-1 for
flat
tech
0,
medical,
right?
+1 for int, so 0.
Oh boy, crossing my fingers. That could have actually been worse.
All right, you get to a level where you think people may or may not be close to passing out. You think it's on the not passing out side of passing out, but you can't be entirely sure. You just like, I'm gonna set it to 60%, and then you set it on a 2-minute timer, because like there's like it's not even meant for timers, and you like somehow jury rig it to be like every 2 minutes there's like an air filter cycle, and like you're rigging it to trigger on that, and then like you quickly close the panel, and you stand up. Across the street, like Twitch, you see Phrixus like get smacked in the head and like knocked to the ground. He starts to pick himself off the ground.
Akron's immediately seeing that Phrixus is getting his ass kicked, and given our plan and the way that we're going for maximum intimidation, I'm thinking we don't need the power armor. 2 guys in suits is going to be enough, and I'm going to just whisper over the comms, Ray, get Phrixus, I'm going to start heading into the store, and hopefully Twitch will follow me.
If these guys like don't respond to me, I just walk away.
These guys?
Whoever I was talking to that was like, well, you know.
No, I mean like they just kind of looked at you like, what the fuck, and you never said anything like more than that. So like they didn't say anything, and they kind of like shifted their attention between you and the fight going on. And like this person standing in assault armor, like asking them for party drugs in like a really weird high-pitched voice. Yeah, like they're just like, what the fuck?
I did say, do you sell them or not? But no.
Yeah, like there was no conversation there.
Okay.
I think you're just staring at them as they walk
away. So I attempt to go over and break up the fight with Phrixus.
Okay, so Twitch and Akron in suits walk into the. This is such a great image. Twitch and Akron walk into Syria, whatever it is, imports.
Please note, I'm setting a timer on my my wristwatch as I go in to track.
You got something on like your AR goggles, or I guess maybe your comm pad, because you're gonna have to take your goggles off to put your mask on.
I've never have in the past.
Well, I mean, it's like a gas mask. Like, it's either it's not going to work if it doesn't cover your eyes, if you're in an area where you're actually being exposed to like toxic gases. Then.
Okay. Yeah, I'll take that into consideration. I've used it like that in the past. I wasn't sure which way to use it then. I mean, I don't mind taking them off. That's a restriction when I add. That's cool.
Yeah, you guys walk in there, and Ray, you quickly
I imagine the fight breaks up real quick with a person in armor, but
you start like power walking over there, and you see that like there's a crowd of spectators. Phrixus is like picking himself off the wall, and you see that like there's one person, he is just like utterly obliterated, like he's probably passed out, he might be dead. There's like this human guy who's on the ground, like bleeding out of his face, just like on his chest. There's another, like a human girl, like in her late teens, lot of piercings, who obviously has like a broken jaw. Do you see like a knife somewhere? Like it skidded off against a wall. She's like picking herself off the floor, and there's 2 big guys. Obviously, like this is the same gang that you guys saw before. Phrixus is currently fending off these 2 big guys, and it looks like he's like bleeding from over his eyebrow. What do you do, Ray?
Over the speaker's like, that's enough. Break it up.
Give me a persuasion roll.
Roll. It is 0, but I have charisma set. Well, does charisma apply with the speaker?
Charisma is not just how you look; it's how you, your sense of authority. So yeah.
Not terrible, but not super great either.
You get their attention. Like you succeed in getting their attention. And like, one of the big guys, he's like a Varen in a big leather jacket. Like he turns over, he turns away from Phrixus, and he sees you standing there, and he's like, "What the fuck do you want?" It's like, "Are you with this Joker?"
You seriously want to mess with a person in power armor?
he looks at you, and like he's kind of like looking you up and down.
Who has like SMGs and big ass rifle
Yeah, but
looking thing.
none of your weapons are out.
Not out, but the SMG is visible.
All right, I'm gonna make a roll. Actually, let's see here. Yeah, I'm gonna make a roll here.
A couple things that might look kind of like grenades at my belt.
Might definitely add to the factor if they're not as heavily armed.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
I can never tell if a 15 is a save or not. I'm gonna have to look this up.
I'm gonna find it hilarious if once again Akron and Twitch don't kill anybody and Ray ends up being the one mowing down like a bunch of people. That would just be completely hilarious.
All right, I gotta go searching for something here. Yeah. He passed his luck save to have a weapon that could potentially damage you. He backs up, obviously intimidated. Reaches back behind his jacket and pulls out a mag pistol. And starts to level it at you. Okay, so I think for a change, we're gonna roll initiative.
Like an appropriate moment for such a thing.
Yeah, this is gonna be 1d8 plus your dexterity modifier, I believe. That's a pretty high roll.
Nice, Ray.
Pharixis, what be thou? Poor Pharixis. His stats are very skewed.
Distraction ends with a higher body count than the job. That's pretty hilarious.
Okay, yeah. You go before everybody. I'm gonna do a really quick initiative chart here.
I want to tackle that guy and knock the gun from his hand.
That seems smart. Wow, we haven't had initiative since you fought Skinny Guy and Blinded Carthen and Vest Dude.
And Vest Dude.
Wow, that's
Oh, Vest Dude. Ray, you rolled an 8. I don't even have to change your initiative. That's really funny.
Oh, that's awesome.
I'm not gonna put Akron and Twitch in unless you guys intend to interfere. You guys are already in the shop, so I don't think so.
Yeah,
you guys are gonna be like,
shortly.
working your own initiative probably.
I'll be back in just a moment.
All right.
All goes well. We won't have to lift a finger combat wise, but all probably won't go well. Which will probably get some telekinetics in regardless, because there is something about floating people in the air when you're talking to them that has an effect on folks, but...
Burn with a gat.
Awesome.
What's a gat?
It's a gun.
Yeah, it's a gang.
I was like, what the hell is a gat? This is like a Gatling gun that he just pulled
Yeah,
out of his back.
Johnny
that's where
Gat,
it comes
man.
from. All right.
I
think we're gonna
imagined
play-
a Vurin, and then I imagined a Vurin with like the Gatling gun backpack from Fallout.
Oh god, that would be very bad. Although a mag pistol is nothing to sneeze at. Although it really,
Yeah, I know.
it seems definitely appropriate for the situation. It's like one of the only things he could probably conceal beneath a jacket that would be intimidating on the space station.
You guys might not have to trigger the. Well, your program's already triggered, but if he fires it might blow a hole in the space station. So yeah, depending on what the construction of the walls around here is like.
Oh, I imagine there's like gunfights on this station daily.
Well, it depends if it's it bounces off or if it's warning depressurization in sector 2.
The comedy here is
I'm
that
back.
you really are being a completely impressive, distraction for us. I guess
Yeah.
nobody
Oh,
looking
God.
Does
this
Vern
way.
with
yeah.
a Gatling gun?
That's what I said. It's supposed to be Vern with a gun.
Well, it's a GAT. It's
Like,
it's a
yeah,
gang
gangster
word for
slang.
gun.
Yeah.
All right, so Ray, you're running. You're just gonna like bull this person over and
Yeah, just
tackle.
bulldoze him and try and knock the gun from his hand.
All right, I'm going over to power armor to see if or assault armor if you get like any bonuses for this sort of thing. I don't think so, but like, you certainly don't get like you don't get any negatives for it.
I get armor. I think that's what it gives you.
Yeah. All right. So this is going to be. Let me look up skills. I think this is probably going to be a strength roll, but I want to make sure this is not directly covered by a skill because this isn't really an unarmed attack per se. So it might be athletics. It might just be strength. Skill checks. Page
I have
60.
athletics. I have strength, but I do not have unarmed combat. I probably should acquire that at some point. It's expensive though.
You see Phyrexius in like a classic boxer's stance with all 4 of his arms like going up, and he's
Does
throwing
Phyrexius
jabs.
actually have unarmed combat?
Oh, dude, he's a Golden Glove boxer.
Oh, that's
like,
right.
This was touched on before. I think he's unarmed too. Like a special unarmed even. He's not just plain unarmed. It's really funny actually. That's how he
Look,
one
Ray,
shot
if you really wanted to, you even have someone who can train you in unarmed. Well, not
Well,
really.
I kind of
Ray has
want-
continuously expressed the want for primitive weapon though.
I kind of want primitive more though, because it's like swords and swords are cool.
Yeah.
True.
But and it's also kind of like historical for the Japanese culture. But I mean,
I think that fits more with your character.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, this is going to be an athletics check. Running, jumping, climbing, swimming. So you're running into him and bowling him over. So this is an athletics check modified by strength.
which is still +0, but I don't think a penalty.
Oh shit! Yeah, that's.
Nice.
Let's see here. I'm going to roll. Do I roll an opposed here? Like this is something we've had before, where like there's no grappling system in this
Either
game.
opposed or physical save.
Yeah, we'll do a physical effect save. That seems likely here. Like you're not meeting and doing sumo.
That was a really good roll, though, man. Nice.
That is a fail. I think. Let me really quickly bring that up.
No, if he's a thug, that might succeed.
Yeah, I'm looking at their base saves. Physical is the first one on the list, correct?
I
No,
think so.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, his save is a 12.
Pretty good save, but alas, he didn't make it.
Yep, 1 point shy. So you smack into him and knock him over, and just like tunnel him to the ground. Let's see here. Give me a luck save, Ray.
One. Oh, that's
the gun,
absolutely
the gun
positive.
goes off. The gun goes off. There's 7. There's Phyrexius. There's you.
I have to offer it. Would you like to re-roll that luck save, Ray? Well, I guess
Yes,
I'm not there.
I
am
would.
Do you
Can I
have
do
a
that?
bond with Ray?
I do, but I'm not in the room.
You are a psychic though. I could, give me a perception roll, Twitch.
Oh god.
Let's see if you can perceive this somehow.
Nope.
No.
Bad.
Sorry. All right. Like I did describe that you have to somehow describe how you aid them, and you have to be in some sort of contact with them. I think there's a little bit of leeway with psychics, but not if you fail. All right, so the gun goes off. I established that there were 7 bystanders at the beginning. There's the 2 of you, so that's 9.
There's also the
4
possibility to fire
thugs.
up or down.
Yeah, and then there's like a strong chance that it could miss. So that's 9 plus another 4, 13. All right, we're gonna roll a d20. The first 13 are people. 14 and above is just a miss. A 1 through a 7 is an innocent bystander. An 8
On the 20, the guy managed to shoot himself in the head.
Yeah,
Jesus.
yeah. An 8 is Phyrexius. A 9 is you.
If I'm on top of a good chunk, is probably me. But
Yeah, but like the thing is, like you knocked him, so I have no idea where this gun
that's
is
true.
pointing.
That's true.
Ricochet's got to be figured in too.
11.
It's truly crazy.
That hits a gang member. His gun goes off and shoots the poor girl who's getting off the ground. I just like, let's roll his damage. That's I think that's 2d4.
God. Maybe Ray can use a Nick's Lazarus patch.
Why do my PDFs always freeze just clicking the page button once? Mag pistol 2d6 plus 2. Jesus.
Person's probably dead. Just
Well, really roll and maybe.
Yeah,
Oh
they're dead.
God.
they're dead.
Oh,
Oh,
God,
dear
11
Lord.
points of damage to someone with like how much health?
4 health. Probably.
7 health. Oh no, 5 health. God, it goes through her head and it blows her head off. You hear like a whoosh, and there's a whoosh, and her brains are just splattered against the wall. Phyrexius goes to punch at the Carthan that he's fighting. Let me look up his special bonus because he has non-standard. He has golden gloves. He has golden gloves level 1. Oh God, he does so much damage.
Every time Ray tries to go non-lethal, somebody ends up dying. That's
Yeah, I noticed that.
Ironically, it's been a mag pistol both times.
I think Ray's gotten more actual, like, direct person-on-person kills in Akron, even though Akron's blown up some stars.
Alright, Phyrexius, attack bonus 1, plus skill of 1, plus strength, good God. Strength of 2. He did actually roll a freaking 18 on his strength when I made him. That was actually the thing that actually created the character. I was like, what can I do with an
Driving
18
force
strength
of that.
Carthan? All right, and then AC of a leather jacket is 8, right? Yeah. All right, so plus 8.
8 against like physicals, basically only.
Yeah. I mean, that's what it is, though.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's definitely a hit.
Oh, yikes.
Jesus Christ.
I'm really tempted to give Phyrexius 2 punches because he has 4 arms, but you'll see with this damage that he doesn't need it.
Well, no, you grab him with 3 arms, you punch him in the face. He takes all kinds of damage.
All right, so this is where it starts to get a little crazy.
Is this the first time we've seen
Phyrexius
Phyrexius actually punch someone?
No, he hit. You guys got in that fight in the park, and he grabbed one of those. It was, I can't remember the name of them. They were like a hound creature. He grabbed them and started beating them to death.
Yeah, he tore one in half. I think.
Like just Garoda with that one.
I think you add strength to damage. Do you? No. You don't add strength to unarmed. I don't think.
Fatalities were so hard to do, man.
Wait, base unarmed damage is... Oh, okay, that's the level 2. All right. Phrixus does 1d8 plus 1 unarmed damage.
That's pretty good.
He rolls a 7. Oh,
Guy falls
God.
unconscious.
Let me roll this guy's health.
I feel so sorry for the punk chick. I know I'm biased for feeling more sorry for the females than I am for the males, but okay. I'm biased.
Base hit die on a warrior is d8 plus con. Oh, he rolled max. Phrixus smacks him, dealing him 7 points of damage and like haymakers him into a wall. The guy's got like
a physical
2
effect save.
What?
So he should have to make a physical effect save for massive trauma.
Yeah, that is like a really big blunt force trauma. Let's see here.
Oh, yes. Oh, I love this one.
That's not a pass. Yeah, he smacks into the wall, and he at least like partially passes out. Like he's like starts slumping down the wall. There's a crack. His jaw is obviously broken, and everybody just stops and they just stare. And like Phrixus is in perfect boxing form for like a very brief second, and like for a very brief second, it's just like Phrixus is actually good at something. All right, so Carthan knocked out of the turn order. Vern with a gat goes. Even though he rolled a 1 on his initiative. He's being grappled. He's going to try to point his gun at you. I think this is gonna be a contested strength check.
Okay.
Yeah, roll your strength.
Seven.
Oh wow, yeah, he rolled well. All right, so yeah, he actually like you're fighting over the gun, and he like it slowly starts to point at you, and he pushes it against your breastplate, and then let's see, he pulls the trigger. This isn't gonna be an auto hit, but I'm probably gonna give him advantage because I mean like. If you guys are in this situation, I will give you advantage. Like, I think I actually did give you advantage in this situation when you put that gun into the police officer's belly, didn't I?
I think so.
Yeah. All right. So,
No, I got advantage that guy fell on top of me.
Your AC is 1, isn't it?
Yes.
That's pretty impressive. There's a very good chance he's still not going to hit
It might
you at all.
theoretically be 2 because it's 1 with Dex.
Oh, I'm gonna say Dex could still work because like you could still potentially squirm out of the way. He's not holding you; you're just fighting over the gun. If it was a situation we were, yeah, pressed up against the breastplate though. All right, we're gonna say 2, just to be fair. Like if it ever comes up, remind me that I made this decision, and this can work in your favor later. D20 plus 2 AB is shit. Does he get any other bonuses? He doesn't have a dex. Does he have primitive weapon? Or projectile weapon? Projectile, yes! Alright. Okay, yeah, his reroll is a hit. 10 damage. How much health do you have?
15.
Is that after?
I have 5.
Okay. Alright, so yeah, this gun goes off, and it, like, the thing is, like, he puts it right up against your chest. That one wouldn't have made a difference anyway. I'm really glad that it didn't. I would have felt really bad if he had rolled a 20 on that, because the 19 would have made a difference. The gun goes off, and you feel like a burning pain in your side. The armor deflects most of it, and you get like a suit breach warning. And Yeah, like it skims across, like like you feel pain across your ribs, but it does not penetrate your body. But it is extremely painful, and like, yeah, he basically just like fired like a grazing shot through your suit. Ray, it is your turn to act. Like, people are fleeing now. Like, the bystanders are screaming and running. Phrixus has knocked one guy out. The girl is dead. Like, this is the only guy who's like struggling at all. Everybody else is running and screaming. We'll deal with what happens in the
I
shop
attempt
after
to smash
this.
his hand against the ground. I can't reach my gun because I'm kind of grappled with him.
It's too bad you didn't opt for that one with the vibro blade and the gun.
Shut up.
Are you trying to disarm him?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. This sounds pretty cool. I'm thinking this would be. Let me look up the description for combat unarmed. I don't think this meets that. Weaponless combat techniques, unlike other forms of weaponry, protection or unarmed combat, blah, blah, blah. Characters with unarmed too can even injure targets. Doesn't say.
Can I not do it at all for having no unarmed?
No, definitely not. I'm trying to determine. I don't want to make this an opposed strength check because, like, you're not like arm wrestling. It's gonna be unarmed. This is definitely unarmed combat. I'm just gonna rule that. It's unarmed with strength. This is a target number. It's not opposed. He just fired, so he's like off balance a little bit. So I don't think he has a possible chance to. If you fail, like, you know, he makes sure that you don't disarm him. But
Oh, plus his armor, whatever that is. Got to add that on.
Yeah, his armor. Oh god, that's definitely a success because his armor is 8. Yeah, definitely. You smack his arm into the ground, and like the gun goes flying. It flies out of his hand. Like Phrixus looks over like at the gunshot, and he just looks like horrified at this person, like this girl's blood all over the wall. And like I think he spends this turn just processing, like you're on top of this person, and like there's this teenager who he probably had punched just seconds before, whose head is exploded on the wall, and he doesn't visibly do anything. Like he seems like he's in kind of a ready pose, but he's just like stunned by the scene. The Varan goes. You're like completely immune to unarmed attacks, aren't you?
I believe so. Anything tech rating 3 or below.
Yeah, that's really cool. So yeah, like he tries to knee you where your nuts would be if you were a guy, like just right in the pelvis. Like you hear him wince. Like you see his face crunch up as like he like smacks his knee there, and he like starts flailing with you and like smacking you. And it's not like you can just sit here and take the beating, and not and just be like totally comfortable. If you were in power armor, that would be a different thing. Like you're still getting like shoved around a little bit, but yeah, you're not taking any actual blows from this. And he's just like he's like smacking you, and like trying to escape your grasp. What do you do?
Smack his head against the ground, knock him out.
Okay. All right. This is gonna be, I think, an unarmed roll with advantage because you're on top of him. He is weaponless. I think
What's his armor?
Like his armor is gonna be now let me make sure because I don't think he's gonna get. You're trying to grab his head. I have a feeling he's probably gonna get dex for this because he could technically move his head out of the way, like on an off chance. Armor for a leather jacket is 7. Wait, is that right? Oh, but that's not the right thing. Hang on.
I think it was like it's 6 or 7, but it doesn't apply to like guns.
Leather jacket.
or something. But this isn't a gun, so.
Weapons of Tech 3 ignore this armor, so his armor class is actually 7. You would have still hit him that previous time, though. He's not getting a dex bonus. So yeah, it's +7. And you get to roll this twice. All right, yeah, you're struggling with him. You're really trying to grab his head, but every time you do, like, you have to take your weight off of him. And the thing is, you're not much bigger than him. You're heavier with your armor, but like you're still not much bigger than him, and he's able to start squirming out of the way. And you're just having a hard time grasping him and actually levering his head back. Phyrexius comes he says something like, "Ray, like, are you okay?" It's like in the heat of combat, though.
Punch
and he
this
just
guy.
Yeah, he gets down and he's just gonna like punch his head right back into the deck, I guess. Oh yeah. Let's see if it kills him. No, he's not going for a full kill. He's using our incapacitate rules. Let me look that up real quick. I'm just gonna say he knocks him out. I don't want to look this up right now. This isn't a massively important roll. All right, so yeah, Phyrexius bashes his head, and the guy just collapses beneath you. Like, his head just smacks back into the deck plate, and the guy goes unconscious. And like, you know, there's like your ears are ringing a little bit from the pain, and like, you know, you put your hand to your side and you feel like a little bit of blood, but your suit is like, you know, sealing up. I think like partially sealing up. And you're like getting to your knees, like straddling this now unconscious guy. You see like this bloody person next to you and 2 other unconscious people, and like people running. So we cut to the shop.
Why does it always come to this?
We cut to the
I
shop.
asked you to ask for some change. That's all I wanted.
This is what happens when you send Phyrexius on a mission to beg for money.
Oh, good. In 5 minutes, you end up in a friggin'.
I look at the girl and I'm like, I can't do anything for her.
Oh God, no! Like there's a part of her lower jaw, and that's
yeah, that's what I said. That I was like, I can't do anything, and I'm just like, fucking gang members. It's always gang members.
Yeah, you have a bad track record with gang members, specifically Ray. All right, let me get some more music here.
Guess I won't be helping guys inside. Plus, the door's probably sealed by now. 2 minutes. Probably at least 2 minutes.
You wandering in with a bunch of blood over your power armor might be a bit of a.
All right, so Akron and Twitch.
I'm more concerned with the hole in the suit, but yeah.
You walk into the. That's something you can.
One.
Oh yeah, you can definitely patch that. You walk into the shop. There's like a commotion going on in the background, but you know you got your game faces on.
I'm going to immediately, as soon as I walk into the shop, stride up towards the desk and say, "Do you deal in bulk?"
Oh, what button did I just press? There is apparently a log out of Roll20 and log back in button. That's very odd.
Just as a side note, before we switch, I tossed Phyrexius the mag pistol. I don't know. Did he already have mag pistol?
No, he
like
didn't.
Was the mag pistol better than what he had?
Oh yeah, much better.
I give him the
so
mag
much
pistol.
better. Yeah,
I might
awesome.
take it.
That's very cool. Like he looks at it a little bit with like, oh god, this blew this girl's head off, but then he like, you know, he like sucks it up and puts it in his waistband. Yeah, Twitch and Akron, you walk in your suits. Akron, you walk up to the counter, and you say that, and there's 2 people behind the counter, and both of them are currently helping someone. Like, as I said before, there were 4 people in there. 1 person walked out. That was the person who was, like, browsing the shelves. There's 1 person still in here on the compad. They seem to be, like, looking out of the store as they're talking to somebody, basically on their cell phone. And like these other two customers like look over at you as you say like, "Do you sell in bulk?" And like they take you in. Give me a persuasion roll, Akron. Are you worth their time?
Copy that. Hopefully my snappy suit helps me out. Let me roll it here. And I believe that's a +1, correct? Yeah, looks like a +1. Okay. Oh god, Meg, freaking persuasion has been ass today.
In Twitch, yeah, you're saying nothing. You're just like the guy there, and he's like, "You'll have to wait a moment, sir. We have other customers here." And like he's like
Are
he
you
doesn't
sure?
say it,
I
but
do
he's
believe
like
we can make it
he's
very
like,
much worth your
obviously.
time.
Like he just looks at you like obviously we're helping these people, and like you guys are forced to wait a few seconds. Like you.
Is Twitch jumping in?
Are you trying to like instigate some sort of bribe here? Like, are you like flashing credits or something, or
No,
are you just saying like we're making it worth your time? Like you're gonna. I don't know that sentence is worth a persuasion check.
I was wondering, are you gonna do something else, Twitch?
No.
Okay, in that case, I might, well, I'm trying to think here. What kind of computer system is he using? Like, can I transfer him, like, an order list, or would I just put it up on a display, or how would I do this?
Like, you'd put your compad down on the table, and it would, like, take up an order, like, automatically if you had one there. Like, it's a smart table, basically.
Okay, I'll put my compad, I'll press a few buttons on my compad and set it down, and I'll put in an order for, like, 5,000 mentats and like
What?
Oh my god! They were like what, 100 a pill? Holy
Yeah.
crap! 5,000 mentats. Oh man! All right. He looks over at you. He says, like, he exchanges a look with the other guy behind the counter. He's like, "Is this guy for real?" Wow.
I'll
Yeah.
ask kind of rudely after the way he asked. I'll act kind of a smug.
They're like, that's enough to buy a cruiser.
Do you have that kind of inventory? So
They exchange this look, and the other customers have no idea what's on the compad. The two people behind are like, "Holy shit! This guy just came here, and he's like wanting to buy like they look at that. You're like, we have mentats, sir. I don't know that we could supply in that bulk. However, you definitely have their attention. They're very off-put."
I'm going to sigh slightly and say, I'll look kind of disappointed with them as I pick my compad up, and I will say, can you tell me what you can provide? Perhaps you can give me an inventory count. I will wait, and I'll look a little impatient.
They're like, yes, right away. 5,000 mentats. That is literally enough to buy a cruiser.
Yeah! That would get their attention at least for the moment. I count down on my timer, by the way.
You definitely see them, like, they initially say, like, there's no way somebody's buying this, and then they look at, like, your fairly high-tech compad and, like, your suits, and there's, like, you see it in their mind, like, there's an off chance this person might be telling, like, they might actually be looking for 5,000 mentats. Like, they see a crazy look in your eye, like, he's used mentats before.
Agron dies from mentat overdose after this deal goes astray. But no, what's the timer on my on the countdown? How much time do we have left?
Wow. Oh god, they rolled so poor on their stock. They exchange a nervous glance. And like over the counter, I think you see a like Twitch. You're standing nearby, like you have a slight view of their display. You see they have 7 mentats in stock. That was on a 1D 150 roll, by the way.
Wow.
Yeah.
What we don't know is the guy who just walked out bought a shitload of mentats.
Yeah. Your timer is at like 1 minute and 15 seconds.
Counting up or down?
Down.
Okay, in that case, we still need to buy a little more time. So
Good thing you didn't want 5 minutes. Cough.
Yeah.
How are you
that
going to
is-
fill this much time?
That's a good question, actually. I think I may have overestimated this. Maybe actually ended up working out in my favor. But yeah, Akron's going to ask what they could offer of comparable value after pressing some. I'm gonna be pressing some numbers on my compad. Look like I'm adding up some values. Say that perhaps we could work out another order of a shipment. But to box up, go ahead and start boxing up the mentats.
Boxing up the. You don't know.
They
there's
take out a little. They take out a little
pills.
baggie and put 7 pills in it, or a little tiny, like like a leave bottle.
Like beside
Even
the,
a
like
leaf
on the other
bottle
end of the
has, like,
counter,
30
like
pills.
there's this woman dressed in like kind of an upper class business suit, and she's just like looking not disgusted, but just like how has he gotten their attention? Like they were serving me, and then the guy at the other end of the counter, it's like a blue skinned guy with no nose. He's bald. You've seen one of these guys before. Although I don't know that you found out their species. Like his skin has like a hex pattern, and it's like kind of muting slightly, like changing. Like he's still being served by this other guy, although the other clerk is like occasionally glancing over at the guy who's dealing with you, like, what the hell is going on here? And the guy's like, sure, yes, we can most definitely give you your supply of mentats for today. Yes, can I interest you in anything else? We have a great supply of narcotics today for a variety of species.
I'll quickly calculate the profit ratio that I might estimate on mentats, and then I'll ask them for something that could turn a comparable profit ratio that they could provide.
Okay, all right. You hear like the air conditioning kick on in the room, and you realize like, okay, that's the trigger, and like it goes for about like 5 seconds, and then the fans stop.
Right before it goes out, I'm going to take a fairly deep breath for the second.
Okay, yeah, the fans stop, and then there's just like a triple beep from a panel on the wall, and it gets both of their attention. Then they look, and as that happens, a door like slams down on the front of the shop, and like both of the patrons like got really surprised, and they look back, and the woman's like, oh my goodness, and yeah, like basically a rolling door like slides down and locks into place, and like some red lights kind of go on, and you feel your ears pop.
Akron's going to try to act as surprised about this as possible for the moment until things get a little worse in here.
Yeah, there's like the other guy on the counter, he's like Jod, what's going on? And he's like, I don't know. And he goes to the panel. He's like fiddling with it. He's like, there's some sort of security lockdown. Just one moment, please. And he's turning to the other patrons. There's like a beeping on a comm like terminal on the wall near this door to the back. And the other guy goes up to it, and he like presses a button. And you can only hear one end of the conversation. He's like, "No, sir. It seems to be a false alarm. That there seems to have been some short in the security system. And like as this is happening, like you notice that he's like starting to breathe a little bit unevenly.
Before the air completely cuts out, I'm definitely going to want to breathe a good breath in. And I'm also, right before it cuts out as well, when all this is going on, you mentioned a security breach. I'm going to actually draw my laser pistol and ask them if they have a security breach. What kind of establishment is this? And then I'm
you pull your pistol and they see you, and like one of them goes for a gun, and like,
Oh,
sir, what
boy.
are you doing?
I'm gonna ask them what kind of security breach they have, what kind of establishment this is.
Like the other guy who was on the panel like has a gun pointed towards you, although it's like slightly lowered, and the other guy is still like frantically using the panel. And he's like, I don't know,
I'm
and
not
he's
making
like,
any threatening motions with it right now.
there's a short in the system, Arad, and he's like looking back to the other guy, and he's like, get it quick. Is there something wrong with the atmospherics?
I'm gonna say, I'll ask him. Perhaps I should take my business elsewhere. Can I leave now, or could you
just
the
remain
exits?
calm, sir. There's no need to brandish your weapon. I'm going to have to ask you to step back from the counter. As it happens, like another beep happens on that compad, but the guy obviously does not go back for it. Like he's keeping his eye on you, and the other two patrons have kind of backed away. You see the woman has pulled like a small, like a very tiny, like holdout energy pistol, but is like just like holding it
It's the
like,
woman's
at the
model.
ready. The guy at the this panel that's going off, he's like, I can't get it to. What is? It's in atmospheric filtration mode. I don't like right now. You guys are definitely starting to feel that it's it's very hard to breathe. Like the air in here is more than stale.
We gotta wait till it starts making us a little bit weaker to slip my atmos filter out. I don't know when Chip's
Okay,
gonna flip his on.
Yeah, so you guys are like waiting it out.
Waiting until it gets low enough where I'm actually thinking it's time to click it in. I have a feeling that might elicit a response.
All right, Twitch. Are you taking any other actions aside from like standing there? As this is happening?
Well, nothing's actually started yet, so no.
All right. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm gonna need a physical effect save from the both of you.
Oh dear lord. Hope I won't completely ruin this. I mean, if it starts to get hard to breathe, then I'll kick it in for.
Well, I mean, I already said
dear
that.
Freaking
Yeah,
God!
technically, it's hard to breathe probably now.
Dear God! I hope you pass
Oh
your switch.
boy.
Answer
I
is
think
no.
I might need.
Oh,
Oh,
God.
dear lord!
I'm gonna do some rolls here.
Hope this won't completely knock us out. So just maybe hurt us or something, make us a little weaker. I don't know. I'm crossing my fingers.
Yeah, they're both like both of the people behind the counter are definitely getting weaker. You're getting weaker along with them. Akron, like, you're getting hit really hard with this. You're having like a really, really hard time adjusting.
I think at the very earliest possibility, I will try to put my filter on now. I don't know what that's going to do for me.
The woman passes out. Akron, you are on the verge of passing out here. The other two, everybody is still conscious except for the woman. You can try to pull your mask out here. Twitch, you're having difficulties as well, but not nearly as bad as Akron.
I'm gonna go put mine on.
Okay, yeah, they see you. I guess I'm gonna roll a perception check for them, just because this is a difficult situation for them. They might be distracted somehow. That's one fail. Yeah, they're both really panicking. You start to pull your masks out, and like the other customer notices, like he sees you, like, and he's like crawling towards you guys. You pull your masks out. Akron, you get your mask on, but like you are momentarily like you're gonna have to sit here and breathe for a little while. You were definitely suffering from some sort of like preemptive asphyxiation. Like you were feeling lightheaded. Twitch, you get your mask on, and like you can probably move immediately. Akron's like sunk to the floor, and he's like breathing heavily from the mask.
Okay. Like, I've heard that you've had some misagreements with an associate of ours recently. We're here to maybe correct that issue.
What? What's just like the two guys behind the counter like slowly starting to like drop to their knees. Like one guy's like kind of waving the energy pistol towards you, but he's like having a hard time like focusing. He's like desperately going for this panel on the wall, but it's like a couple feet above him, and like it doesn't look like he can reach it. And yeah, like they're definitely not in a position where they can adequately like respond with eloquence or anything like that. Akron, can you roll?
My notes are wandering, trying to find them quickly.
Akron, can you roll 1d4 minus your con modifier?
Minus my con modifier. 1 second here. Or you mean like plus or minus? Oh, minus.
Minus your con modifier.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Okay, it's gonna take you a full minute to like recover. So you're kind of slouched against like beneath a table here, I guess, or like against the wall next to a table, like near like a bunch of bottles of wine and like a fancy vase, like just breathing heavily. You hear this stuff going on in the background, but like wow, you're just, it's like one of those scenes where somebody runs out of a fire and like the rescue people put a ventilator mask on them. They're just sitting there breathing heavily for a minute or two.
That sounds good to me.
Neovaren is the person we were trying to do this for, right? Is that correct?
Can you repeat that?
Neovaren, is that correct?
A Neovaren, like one word.
Oh, it's one word.
How do you spell that? I'm gonna add that to correct my spelling on it.
Nyovarren.
Oh, that's not even
Okay.
close to what.
I had 2 N's. That was the only thing I had wrong on the guess.
Like, we understand that you've had some dealings with a Neovaren, and she was unhappy with the current deals. We hope to rescind that. Should you agree to this, perhaps we'll restore the air to the surrounding area.
Let me do another couple checks here. All right, one guy is still conscious. One is passed out. The other customer is passed out. So yeah, one of the guys back behind the counter is still conscious. And he's just like almost delirious at this point. He's just like, ah! You see a beeping from this comm terminal that they were communicating through next to the door, and you hear like a tinny voice, like it's especially tinny because there's not a lot of atmosphere in the room, and you just hear like, what's going on up there? Jod, Erod, respond.
Wait, so we only got basically this local room's air. That's it.
You don't know. Like, obviously somebody's communicating over a terminal.
Okay, I guess I'll go have a conversation on that terminal.
Alright, yeah, you go and press the button next to the on the panel next to the door, and, like, yeah, you get, like, a green light, like you're transmitting.
Ah, sir, there seem to be some problems down here with the air developments in the area.
What's going on?
I understand you have a business dealing with a local establishment here, run by a certain Neovaren, I believe. Then it's been a bit unhappy recently with some of the dealings.
Neova! What?
Like, she wishes to restore the previous dealings you've had of her on a more beneficial terms.
Neova said, what? You cut off oxygen to the shop. What?
That seemed to
And
be
you
the
almost
most
said
direct way to do this.
right about now, Akron, you're getting up. Also, right about now, Ray and Phrixus, you arrive at the outer door and find that it's definitely sealed.
Akron will step up behind Twitch and suggest that their next shipment to her should be on the house to make an apology for disrespecting their agreements.
All right. It's like, are you crazy? What? Where is Jod and Iran? And he's just like kind of yelling over the speakers.
They're alive. For now. That may change, though, depending on how you act.
All right. Give me a persuasion roll. Twitch. Actually, let's get a. We're gonna get an aid roll here from Akron, I guess. Akron, like give me a persuasion roll. If you can succeed on this, you'll give him a +1.
Oh, cool. Think he gets a +1, hopefully.
Yeah, that's a success. All right, so Twitch, roll with +1 from Akron and +1. I guess +1 for the terrifying situation.
Okay. Standard, charisma, so
Yeah.
I have a 1, so it'll be a 3.
Crossing my fingers.
Okay, yeah. He says, whatever you want, just turn the air back on. It sounds like his voice is muffled, like he's talking through a mask. Like you imagine like it sounds like he's like probably what you sound like, but he definitely sounds panicked.
Give me a binding electronic signature, and we shall do so.
Binding electronic signature. Just you hear the confusion on the other side. He's just like, tell Neova that she'll get her stuff. No charge. It'll happen.
Very well. If it doesn't, well, you know how things can happen again. So you can. I will end the transmission in.
Akron, before he goes, Akron will say that it would be a great favor again if they can make sure to deliver her goods as soon as possible. Tonight would be good.
Yeah, he's. I'll do it. Just turn the air back on.
Very well. Nice doing business with you. You could best go turn that back on, Akron. I'd let go of the conversation.
Akron's gonna walk over to the other guy in the. I'm gonna walk over to the panel, but.
Yeah, you like step over this guy who's barely conscious, and he's obviously like having a hard time just maintaining his breathing.
I'm gonna kneel down on one knee and pop open the panel with my multi-tool, hopefully, and
right next to him on the floor, there's a small baggie containing 7 pills.
Ooh, yes, I think I recognize those. In fact, I was gonna ask. So yeah, Akron's gonna definitely pick those up, examine them for a brief second, and slip them in his over pockets.
All right, you pop open the panel. Give me a computer's roll, because obviously he was having a hard time adjusting the lockdown. So it's not something super straightforward.
I will, hang on one second here.
And you get a +1 for having initiated this.
Okay, so I do a computer's roll?
Yeah.
You got it. 1 second. Crossing my fingers again.
Yeah, I think so, Gron.
Yeah, you're just like, you fucking idiot. As you flip a switch or something, and you're like, you just had to reboot the.
All you had
just,
to do was type end lockdown.
Yeah, you're just like, you
You
had to
used
reboot
the wrong keyword.
You're just like, you just had to reboot the filtration system, you jackass, and you flip it on and off, and then like the air starts turning on, and then like the front door cycles open, and there's like a whoosh. And Ray, you're like it's not like you're sucked in, but like there's like you're like staggered forward
Negative
like half a
pressure
step.
detected.
Yeah, like you're staggered forward half a step, and so is Pharixis, and you both are standing there, and you see Twitch and Akron in their suits with their masks on, their hair's like all kind of all over the place, and there's like just a bunch of people all over the floor.
I rushed in here, so what the hell did you do? And I start checking pulses and stuff.
Eckerd will say it's time to leave and simply start making his way out of there, kind of glancing at the fact they're now covered in blood and probably glancing at the scene outside on the way.
Yeah, like, what did you
Giant
do?
hole
What
in
did
Ray's
you
suit.
do? Alright, I'm going to do a quick series of rolls here. Okay, alright, you guys never know, but one guy asphyxiated in the warehouse.
That's unfortunate.
So we're on even terms with the distraction crew for a body count, right?
Yeah.
You walk out, like you slip your do you slip your masks off?
Yeah, as soon as we get back in the air.
Okay. Yeah, like you walk out, and like you get some stares from like down the corridor, but like people are obviously like not wanting to come anywhere near what has happened. Like there's the occasional nasty business here, but yeah, you see two bodies on the ground down the corridor where Pharixis had been. One of them is this human who is or a Vurin who is faced up, just like lying spread eagle in the middle of the corridor, and another is like this. You don't even know what species it looks like. It might have been human. It probably a female. Her head is just gone. There's like a spray of matter all over the wall. The other two people that you guys were fighting, by the way, have like scurried off.
I bet.
Yeah. The corridor is definitely clear.
Akron's gonna kind of pause for 1 second, kind of just take that in for a second, and then repeat the words, "I asked you to buy change, or to get change."
Well, things went south, Akron.
They always do.
Alright, we need to get back to... Well... You want to wait till it's delivered, or do you want to go now?
Akron says,
Either way, we need to get out of here. So let's go hide out at a hotel for now.
yeah, Akron definitely
something.
agrees with that. On the way out, I might send that woman a text message saying to expect shipment shortly.
All right, you don't get a response, but you send it off. And you guys go to like find some place to stay for the day. Like you guys are up pretty late. Yeah, you find like basically the equivalent of one of those Japanese coffin motels.
I was gonna say, is it a pod motel?
Yeah, it is. Like you get there and like this is like a cheap, ultra cheap place, but it's close by. It's really inconspicuous. It's one of like 5 on the station. You walk in there and you're just like, we need some rooms, in a Carthan-sized room, and yeah, you basically have these pods that kind of open up in the walls, and you can rack out for the rest of the day.
The cost for that is.
Let's see. That's gonna be cheap. Like let me look. There's so many things they included in this game, and then there's so many things that they didn't. That's gonna be like 20 credits a piece.
Okay, can do. How long are Atma filters like charges, or they run off power cells or something?
They've got like I'm pretty sure they have like a little canister.
Probably like a filter you have to replace because it's called an Atma filter.
It's got like an oxygen canister, if I remember
Yep,
from the
yep, that
description.
it does. It does have an oxygen
Standard vac
canister.
suit oxygen bottle lasts up to 6 hours.
This is not a vac suit model. Atmos filter is not the same thing as a vac suit.
Yeah, it's in there somewhere. I'm looking for it right now, actually.
Let's see.
That's what it says. Face mask can filter out most atmospheric toxins. Attaching a standard vac suit oxygen bottle to the belt-mounted feed will also supply breathable atmosphere up to 6 hours.
Oh, that's if you had a vac suit oxygen bottle. You guys didn't buy those. Those would have been pretty, conspicuous. I'm gonna say they came with like a 1 hour bottle that was really small that was just like attached to the mask.
I actually thought that's how they worked, so that seems reasonable.
Make sure next time you want to introduce a new piece of gear into the game, you fully read the description, because I definitely don't have the time to look all this stuff up.
I'm sorry, I've been using Atmos filter
It's fine.
since, like, I think, like, way back. I remember I had it way back when we were in the train fight. That's why I was confused about the goggles thing. We've been using
It's
them
fine.
a lot, actually. I'm sorry.
All right. So you guys rack out. You all, sleep pretty heavily. Akron, you get a message. Like, I guess when you wake up, you see like you've got actually a couple messages. You've got a message from Kiros saying ship upgrades underway. Old guy, very eccentric. You should see the size of this cannon, though. And there's like an attached picture of just like, it's hard to make out exactly what everything is, but you see like a picture of the Nasara. A bunch of the plating has been removed from the hull already, and then on like a crane being hoisted over the ship, even though there's like really low gravity. Like, it's more to stabilize it than anything else. There's like this massive like piece of electronics. It's like a long cylinder. It looks like a cannon, but like parts of it have been removed. It's obvious that like it needs plating as well. It's just like this huge thing that they're like in the process of putting onto the ship.
Does
apparently.
it look like a cannon, or is it more like a array of some type?
No, it's definitely a cannon.
Okay.
And yeah, you get that message. You also get a message from Gideon Tucker saying, "Where the fuck are you guys?" That was from like maybe 6 hours ago. And then like another message that was like, "All right, just calm me," from him as well. One last message from the like the comm that you sent the message to Neovaren to, just saying confirmed. Would like to talk to you in person.
Well,
Akron will share that with the group and say, you folks up to stop by Neovaren again?
Like, you all emerge from your tubes, stretch. There's like a little warm-up area probably with some Insta burgers and Insta Caf and some like Nutra bars.
I guess we assume the continental breakfast placed before us.
Yep.
Yeah, let's get up a celebration breakfast and then go speak to Neovaren. Job well done. Outside of the few unfortunate casualties.
There's always some casualties. It would seem.
I assume you're tied into, like, you specifically tied into the station's network, Akron, to like get the map stuff. Would you have like tied into the updates, like the headline stuff as well? Like, they don't have like a news service, but like,
oh yeah, I think I would do
they
that
have
on
like
new
advertisements, you definitely see as you're walking like new information packet update from Centron just arrived today.
Dun dun
That could be
dun.
bad.
Like you
Oh,
guys know
boy.
that like the mail and everything like takes a long time to get to everywhere. You have no idea how old this stuff would be.
I'm gonna have to
But
go
this is like
balls up.
basically this is like informing people that like you can expect your mail to arrive today if you had something, or if you were looking for that latest edition of Red Hot Tarlin Beauties 36, like that sort of thing.
Akron's gonna suggest we make this meeting quick, and then we vacate this populated area, maybe head back to the ship, help with the repairs if we can in some way.
All right.
Can we read the news first? Is that a thing?
You can read some while you're walking, I assume.
Absolutely. I'm picking at where probably headliners.
What particularly are you interested in?
The Bank of Centron?
Us
oh,
in particular?
yeah, there's definitely a little byline there. More than a byline that says Bank of Centron robbed. Largest heist in sector history. And like you're walking around and you see people looking at like terminals almost all over the station. And maybe you like pick up the pace a little bit. And there's definitely like another major headline that said Centron orbital defense system engaged in battle with unknown assailants. There's like pictures of just exploding ships all over the place. There's no pictures of the Nasara.
Is there any references to the ship that wasn't blown up, but the entire crew was killed?
No, there is no mention of that Tankai ship.
That's very interesting.
Yeah, it is. And they're like like basically like the gist of it is like Centron is in a tailspin right now. And like the authorities are pretty much fucked. And like there is so much buzz on the station right now, that you're like, wow, this is big news and stuff. And then there's like another thing that massive cold fronts moving in across Centron, and that's kind of like the rest of it. Like unless you want to dig deeper into anything in particular, like those are the major headlines.
That sounds good. In fact, it'll probably back up our claim at the meeting if we can get there in one piece and back. I might text our friend to go warm up the ship and that we should join him shortly.
Okay.
That might be a good idea.
All right. Yeah, you send him a text, and like I guess like you guys are just getting to the vanishing moon when you get like a beep of text back, and he's like, "All right, on it." Like it's just like a really brief text. Yeah, you get to the entrance, and it's just like it was before. Like two guys out front. One of them, I think the Carthan is the same. The human is gone. He's been replaced by a Tarlin female. Looks rather rough. She's got like an eye patch, and she's got like an assault rifle, and some combat armor.
Yeah, I'll approach the front and say that we are once again here to see Neovaren.
All right. No, it's probably.
So he decides to sell us all for the bounty, and the world goes all to hell.
Yeah.
But
So you
it wouldn't
guys
be
get
the first
shown
time.
in. You guys get shown in. There are markedly less people inside than you noticed before, and the same Tarlin woman at the like front desk like kind of recognizes you and nods and like gestures to have you follow her upstairs.
I
I
will
guess
be
we
following.
Yeah.
I take it. One question, since this is potentially something to have in the pocket. Was our grand escape also in the news packet? I'm guessing it probably was.
If you're looking up specific references to the fugitive known as Maxwell Gaines and like associates, there's definitely some information there. How much?
Is like the escape, like specifically when mercenaries and organized the strike to take down the ship that was transporting us, and we
there's actually no there's like no mention of you escaping the planet. Like the only thing is like
not the planet. I mean, like when we were first in jail, like somebody outside.
Absolutely, definitely. I mean, that was in the news before, so like. It's not just like they get the headlines from like that last day you were there. It's like they're getting headlines from a while, but like scrolling back, you can see like wanted fugitive orchestrates violent and horrible massacre to escape police custody.
Basically, I wanted to keep that in the pocket if it's been verifiable here, because if she decides that we don't have a greater boss, I can always point to that incident. So that's why I wanted to know. Thanks.
All right. Yeah, you're shown to the same office. There's a guard here, and there's two guards here now. They're both wearing armor, and they've got assault rifles. You're led in. And shown in. This time, the Tarlin woman actually does follow you in, and she takes a position near the door and just kind of like stands with her hands, in front of her lap, sort of. But behind the desk, as before, is the Priothan.
Akron will approach once again and bow and ask if she found the resolution acceptable in the most polite and businesslike way possible.
No wine today, I see. Well, straight to business. Very well. Yes, I received a frantic call from Silas late last night. It seems that he had an issue with his atmospheric suite. Most unfortunate. There also seems to have been some sort of violent scuffle outside around the same time. They were scraping some poor girl off of a wall. Very interesting.
Akron will comment that the gangs here are quite violent and unpredictable, but I would first like to apologize for the lack of a gift. It was unavoidable due to the circumstances, but I assure you that on our next visit we will make sure to rectify this.
She nods. She says, you have proven to have some initiative, and I am pleased that you did not go in and simply smash up the place. You were able to put together a rather unique plan within a short amount of time. This bodes well for your usefulness.
It's always more profitable to salvage an operation than to burn one to the ground and rebuild.
Yeah. Like there's a big screen, like a hollow screen on one of the walls, and you can see that like paused is a frame from a news clip from Centron, and it's actually the famous buggy chase, Akron.
Oh god!
It's chopper footage of the famed buggy chase. You can see like a laser streaking out of the cockpit as you're firing at a motorcycle, although you clearly cannot make yourself out. And like the headline below it is like unknown assailants like terrorize downtown. She's not looking at it at all right now. It just seems like obvious that she was perusing the news before you arrived. She says, so I received some interesting reports today. Is one of the a ship came in carrying a mail server, and she just like pauses. Does anybody speak up during this like slight pause?
Akron will see that, I will see that you now have verification that large things have occurred on Centron, and of the new order that runs the place now.
Yeah, she casts like a glance at Twitch as you say this, and she says, "We were not quite aware as to your background. Very, very interesting. Unexpected to find a crew who would be involved in something such as this upon our humble station. She says, "But enough is enough. We know a little bit about you. You've proven yourself at least willing to be useful and not barbaric savages who do more harm than good. To be frank, what do you want from this business arrangement?"
Akron will motion to her and ask, perhaps we could ratify the terms of the previous agreement. I believe that we could come to something that you would find favorable.
She looks at you and she's like, "You're willing to go back to Centron? Or would you be willing to take upon more long-range routes?"
Akron will basically not even flinch at the question and say that we may be able to work something else with Centron, but longer range and perhaps higher stakes investments what our employer has in mind. And I will pause and reference the news and say that his reluctance to step into the spotlight is largely due to the fact that you know us, but you do not yet. He is not yet under anyone's magnifying glass. Sorry,
perhaps. She pauses again and she says, "So, Mathis and Narek were able to supply us with a good many goods to the station of various natures. Most of these were I acted simply as an intermediary. I don't have much use for assault weapons or chemicals in bulk. I do, however, know the people who do use these sorts of materials, and I can assure you they have great power aboard the station. I myself am interested in more refined things. And Centron proved to be a very reliable place to find such items."
Akron will probably inquire as to which item she's speaking of.
Well, you probably saw a good many of such things yourself back at the import shop. Whenever Narek would come across something he found that he thought I may be interested in, something high end, she waves to like a very, very expensive interactive it basically like a hollow couch, something very hard to find out here. Things to spruce up the decor. It is not a very high traffic margin, honestly, but there's very little way of getting refined goods out here otherwise. As well, he was able to provide me with talent. She kind of pauses after that.
Akron will pick up the answer to that and motion to his crew and say that every one of our members of our crew possess a talent. That's why we were selected to join this organization.
There's like kind of a like it's not a hissing noise, but there's like an odd noise from the creature, and like it takes you a moment to realize that she's laughing. She says, "Forgive me. Perhaps there was an error in the translator, or perhaps I was simply being unusually subtle. The sort of talent we have
He
downstairs."
runs a brothel, so to speak.
Oh god, that's hilarious. Yeah, we have talent here.
I actually got that initially, and then I heard
at
it
that
say,
point,
I
I was just going.
Who's got the
head,
highest charisma? Like, does anybody
Me.
have something over a 16?
But I am wearing a suit.
I have something. I mean, like, I have a
You've got
16.
16 shot.
But I'm in a
Twitch
suit,
has.
so.
Oh yeah, so like she definitely doesn't really pay any attention to you.
Oh god, that's hilarious.
She definitely gives like Akron. You see her giving you an appraising look for like a few uncomfortable moments.
Oh, that's great. I will suggest that if what she desires is maybe not for sale and but still exists. You know, we sometimes specialize in obtaining items like that.
Like
in
brown
addition,
from Ray that you can't see. Well,
She-
she might pick it up if she's aware
She says
of human.
the companions downstairs are not slaves. They, to be frank, Mathis ran a somewhat dubious but reliable transport service for those with that Narek deemed would meet my criteria.
Crud nods and says that we might
Basically,
be able to.
basically, Narek was acting as like a sub pimp, and like finding her talent and sending it back. Like like you don't know what from what walk of life they might have been desperate. They might not have had much other choice, but yeah.
Crud's definitely going to suggest that while we may be venturing to parts that may not have much talent that is along the lines of what she is talking about in this case, we may, however, find other things that she's interested in that I believe that we can definitely come to an arrangement when we return to the port soon.
I do have some clients from across the sector who occasionally ask me for some favors. Sometimes they need something delivered, sometimes they need something picked up. Perhaps you could facilitate this.
These are things our crew would be very interested in. And, of course, bigger operations you might have in mind. And I will...
Very well, although I will be honest. If odd jobs are one thing, but if you intend to take this relationship any further beyond that, your employer is going to have to make direct contact with us, and is going to have to get over this shyness that he apparently possesses.
Akrod nods and says that the time will be right for him soon to reveal himself on a larger scale. And in the meantime, the odd jobs will be more than welcome.
All right, so do you like ask her for a job now? I'm gonna remind everybody that you technically have something that you've told somebody that you're gonna do.
Oh, yeah,
It doesn't mean you can't do two things at once, but like, do you like say like, do you have any work for us now?
No,
Or do you just say like, thank you for your consideration, and do you leave?
No, actually, that was going to come up. In fact, I was going to say that our employer requires us to leave the sector for a period of time, but we will be returning in a hopefully
the system.
Are we leaving?
Yeah, the
Yeah,
sector's
okay.
a bit bigger.
Yeah, okay. We're leaving the system.
We're required to leave the galaxy for the time being.
Yeah, I'll definitely say that we are required to leave the system. We have to go to
So it is
a
worth
location
noting that we do have like several weeks of upgrades to do.
But we will return. We'll be returning in a few weeks and be ready for operation. And we will definitely stop by and pay her a visit.
Very well. Like you get a chime on your compad, and you're getting like an official like comm channel to her now. Like she's adding you as a contact. It might not go to her personal comms, but like you can get in touch with her office. She says, you can get in touch with me with this. Do not waste my time, and I will not waste yours. Feel free to avail yourselves of some entertainment downstairs if you desire. You have this has been a very interesting meeting. I look forward to having an entertaining relationship with you all.
Akrad will bow and say he looks forward to our future relationship as well, and respectfully give her, as much respectful look as possible, and then I guess step out with the crew.
Akron, can you give me one last persuasion roll?
Sure. God, I hope I stop failing so horribly. And of course I don't.
Okay.
I am just
right.
not persuasive today at all.
It happens how it happens. You walk out. Before you leave, though, she speaks up and she says, "One thing. I am certainly not the only one to get news from Centron. Others may not be able to put factors together as quickly. However, you should note that the Nasara is, or rather was, a well-known ship around here, as was Captain Mathis. There are others who may call upon the ship. It would be wise to either have perhaps a story ready, or look into changing ships, or the identity of your ship."
Background will nod and say that that is currently being seen to. And
It should also.
I appreciate the advice.
I would also be careful. The Nasara's reputation, and particularly that of which the owner worked for, has possibly kept you from some trouble. You may not be able to rely upon that as a shield, however, if you decide to. Well, you get the point.
Background will nod and say that I expect the reputation of the Nassar to grow, not diminish. And thank her greatly for her advice as he once again bows.
Right, and yeah, you guys leave. Are you guys heading directly back to the asteroid station?
If no one else wants to
Ray
get
is.
anything.
I don't know about everybody else.
Yeah, that sounds good for the time being.
All right.
There's some Insta burgers and stuff there I think we bought earlier, so.
Well, she
Okay.
offered you the use of anything you wanted downstairs. Just noting, but yeah. Ray
Uh,
doesn't want anything.
I assume this
Background's
time
looking
you
not
guys
to
like
break the
brought
professional.
Phyrexius in with you, but maybe didn't take him up to the
God.
office. So you come down and like he's got like two girls draped over him, and he's looking really uncomfortable on one of the couches down in the the waiting room. And there's actually like a really slender, like it's hard to tell if it's like a male or a female of the species, a really slender Vesuvian. And like as soon as Phyrexius sees you, like he starts making excuses, and he's like, I need to go. And he stands up, and like the girls are like, oh, and like he quickly scuttles out with you. You guys make your way back to the docks, and head to like airlock like 308. You've got all your stuff, and you've got like I assume you probably have changed, and you've put your suit into a duffel bag or something.
I will
seems
say
fair.
while we're going through this area, I'll probably be watching the Argus web, occasionally glancing at it to see if anything's coming up behind me, or
Okay,
if anybody's
that's an
following us.
extremely interesting use of the Argus web. I love it. Very Boba Fett of you. You're moving down the corridor, and like you get to the circular hatch that leads to Gideon's shuttle. It cycles open, and you're about to walk in it, and like this like short, obviously like young Carthan girl kind of stumbles out, like getting dressed. She like sees you, and she blushes, and then she like scurries off down the hallway. And you see Gideon like getting his clothes on. He's like, you're here. Good. We can get back to we can get back.
Well, I see you've kept yourself entertained.
Oh, he like turns beet red. He goes straight for the pilot seat and starts flicking switches. He's like, yep, all aboard. Let's get a move on. So you're waiting. I want a perception check from Akron. And you can do this with a... I would say this was probably a fairly important moment, so do it with advantage.
Wow.
Oh my god!
Okay, yeah. You don't notice anything as you guys pull out a dock. You notice nothing. Like you go past a few ships. There's like a big freighter over here. There's like this big kind of wedge-shaped red ship that's like this parked in a like a hangar next to like the dock. But yeah, you guys like go out and he's like, so you guys have a good time aboard the station. You take care of your business.
More or less.
Akron will say that everything was quite successful.
That is the funniest advantage roll I've ever seen, by the way. And yeah, you guys
Bad.
putter
Sometimes
out
things
across
just were meant to
space
be.
back towards the station.
See, in Apocalypse World, Akron would be in deep shit by now. Because rolling sixes like that is like, things get worse. Things get worse. Things get
Yep.
worse.
And yeah, we'll end it there. Like you guys pulling up to the asteroid station and pulling into the little garage that the shuttle fits into, and beginning the waiting game for the repairs to finish. And we'll begin next session 2 weeks later with the repairs finished, and probably you guys contacting Cynthia and then heading out on your mission.
Actually, I was gonna ask if once we get back, could Akron make possibly a Poztech roll to see if I can
Oh, absolutely.
maybe help speed the repairs up a little with my.
If you want to give me a roll now, astronautics is the skill. Give me an astronautics roll. We'll see how much you help. Wow, yeah. That knocks off. Let's see here. He's doing this with a couple people. I guess we're gonna pick up 10 days later instead of 14.
Oh, cool. I was hoping maybe we could get a jump on our trip then. Appreciate it, man.
Yep. All right. So I'm gonna make sure to note that down.
Can Max help in the repairs?
Yeah, I'm assuming he's like scuttling about helping.
Okay.
It's how he keeps his little skills sharp. He occasionally bumps into something. He probably occasionally bumps into somebody's head too.
Well, fortunately, they're ducted fans.
Are they ducted fans? That could be dangerous.
Yeah, they are. Fortunately. All right. Let's see here. So, let me consult my handbook. Akron, did you act in the belief in unrestricted technology?
I don't believe I got a chance today.
Yeah. I'm gonna say like these things aren't permanent, you know. You can change them. Like one thing is like I believe I am superior to other people, and you need to prove that during a session, or I believe Akron is like a risk, or like my belief is like, it doesn't. You don't have to stick with the same thing the whole time, and it doesn't even necessarily change. Like it doesn't mean a change in nature for your character. It's just like this is like your primary like belief focus right now. if that makes sense to you to keep it, it's fine. I'm making sure you know that you can't change it.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. But I'd probably keep it. It comes up so often with Akron, and it just feels like it fits him. And it is something that'll probably come up again in the near future. Just the last few sessions have been different for him, so it's fine. I don't mind at all.
Ray, your belief was to endanger yourself to protect another. You definitely did that. 300 XP. Twitch. Psionics can get me out of any trouble.
No psionics for use today.
Yeah, that was a really unusual thing for Twitch. So light on those. Let me take a look at goals here.
None for me.
I probably had one.
Yep. Mark 500 XP, Ray. For successfully ensuring Twitch's safety during the meeting.
Pretty sure I had one too. Think anyway.
I'm looking at your 3 goals, Akron.
I'll PM you.
Okay. I think it's kind of fine to reveal what they were after, they've been completed, but we'll, to like, oh, that's what he was doing this whole time. That wasn't a PM, by the way, Victor.
No, I was on the Aces forum, wasn't it?
No, the one that you just sent me, like on TeamSpeak, that was general chat.
Oh. It's pretty. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Okay.
Oh yes. Why did I not have that written down? I gave you XP for that, right? Like an XP total.
You did in the PM. Let me pull up the PM right now. It's probably in there.
I'll look.
I'm gonna go ahead and stop the recording.
Yeah.
Copy that. Sorry.